to Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling, like fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can ever say. Now I don't care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6 year exhale. Left a residual self. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone, incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that oh, keep going. Anyway. Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? Did you find a passion? Alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man? Yeah. Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. Somewhere we were talking, and your eyes all sparkly. You got me nervous, not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving, a few years flew past you, and you worried. Didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car, and I'm still searching for that feeling. And maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described it. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help.
Hey, don't move my toe. Back. Don't move. Still got a vibe or have a glass of peanut or?
Give me a glass of bitch. This looks so awesome. Oh my god. I love you, Grandma. Look, this is amazing. Put your fucking hands.
Okay.
Meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. But the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger, I was struggling. We were good, standing still, right beside me. You were good to me. didn't say the same, but we laid the blame to waste. By the wayside you went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake, the space. There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a shirt thing. Oh, is it a shirt thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then, getting all that you should know by now. Never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours. Change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, and it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. We all Gucci over on this side. Looks good. Okay, okay. Okay. What's up, everybody? Hello, 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 hello. New hi emo. Look at this emo poggers. I saw it. I saw it. Hi. That's me right now. Oh, it's not gonna show up on screen chat. Just for today only. Don't you worry. Oh! Holy Twin Towers Vaporwave World Trade Center Mix 4K upscale VHS archive, Batman. That was loud. That was hella loud. What's up, everybody? Oh, my camera's all fucking angled weird. What the? Whatever. Whatever, man. That's my shit, though, right? What's up, everyone? Hijacked my eardrums, flew that shit into a fucking skyscraper. That's crazy. That's crazy. What's up, Echo Waves? What's up, Chris the Nerd? What's up, Dusty? What's up, VCC? What's up, Lala Ashtray? What's up, Dizbonk? What's up, Sweet Nothing? What's up, Spike Trees? What's up, Nori? What's up, Yizer? What's up, Alex Prop? What's up, Solar? What's up, Sticky Monkey Flowers? What's up, Reclaw? Who else is in here? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, Knots? Who else is in here? Whooping his bitch. Clean 5, hello. Bleak, hello. Cold Meatloaf, hello. Tech Tink, hello. Dun 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 dun. Euphemisticism, hello. Celticness, hello. Struth, hello. Who else? Lokes, hello. Seriously, hello. Raylan, hello. Arch Zeno, hello. What's up, Bleak? What's up, everybody? What's up, Sweet Nothing? What's up, Raylan? Did I say everybody? Hi, everybody. What's going on? How are we feeling? How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling good. I'm feeling okay. I'm super tired today for no fucking reason at all. At all. I'm bankrupt? No, that is something I'm not. But I feel you, and I'm so sorry that that is the case for you. May your bankruptcy come to an end very, very soon. Feeling fine. Love that for you. Got an interview in the morning, so I need to sleep, but I'm riding a good vibe for now. Hell yeah. Well, good luck, Game Gang. I hope it goes well. I'm sure it will. I'm feeling all right. Love that for you. I don't want it to be bedtime tomorrow. Tomorrow? The fuck is bankruptcy? When you no longer have dank. Marijuana. Alex. I wish I could share weed. I wish I could send it to you digitally through the internet. I would if I could. Promise, I have some. It's not the best, but it's like, you know, it'll do the job. Weed rich to bankrupt pipeline, yeah. Rip to all those who are bankrupt, yeah. One day, inshallah, right? One day. When the danky be gone, yeah. What's up? You talking about the homeless industrial complex? Not right now, but we are going to be talking about something in that regards. Talking specifically about an audit that has been is a long time coming for the city of Los Angeles, because there's a lot of fuckery about in regards to the generally the inefficacy, the ineffectiveness. What is the word? Inefficacy, ineffectiveness, whatever that of anti-homelessness programs I guess just homelessness programs in Los Angeles. However, the city is doing the most once again to bypass accountability and is seeking to spend another $2.2 million on a outside audit from a private auditor when we have an elected auditor who we elected into office for this exact reason. In LA, they go by the name, they are Kenneth Mejia, the city controller, literally elected for that job, but the city council and the mayor doesn't want it to be public information because Kenneth Mejia does a really good job around transparency. So we'll talk about that. We have a lot to go over. Let me appear. Let me appear to you. Hello. Yes, it is I. Oh my god, it's gonna bug me. My god. It's still off. We'll fix that later. A beacon in the darkness. What's up, Pajama Jamma? Badness. Derogatory, yes. I'm on short tolerance / budget break. Oh, that's good. Probably gonna end it for the 420 sales though. Oh shit, it is almost 420, huh? That's good. Yeah, that's good. Taking tolerance breaks and like budget breaks, that's huge. Huge. What I do is I don't ever do that. But I also buy like not top shelf. And I just roll joints all the time of like cheap stuff because it gets the job done. And then I have like a little, I've been doing the little vaporizer thing to smoke less. You know what I mean? Like when I'm, when I don't need to like smoke a whole ass joint, I just need a little, The fuck is a tolerance break? Listen, it's healthy, all right? It's healthy if you do that. I'm in an indefinite budget break. Real. That's real. Baking the flour. Time to grow clones are cheap and can yield a bunch. Yeah, but my electricity bill. Okay, like fuck. The utilities are fucking expensive, fam. Like, not only is rent way too damn high, but like utilities are fucking expensive too, dude. Water, power, gas, and then there's obviously like internet and shit. It's fucking expensive, dude. So yeah, doing a whole grow op yield a like crop that would make it worth my time, which would be, would have to be like, a good amount. Like I would have to be able to get a few ounces for me to feel like it's worth it. Even then it would cost so much money, like in like, just to do it. I'd rather just like have the convenience of being able to go to a unionized weed shop and just, buy weed from the store. The electricity bill alone, yeah, man, it's crazy. Need a greenhouse? Yeah. A greenhouse could help with that. Sure. But then you would be doing purely, I guess it wouldn't be, is that technically outdoor? Would that technically be outdoor, but it's indoor? That's a good question. Damn, much to think about. Is that technically indoor if you grow it in a, I don't know. Because if you're only using, the sun, right, I would call that outdoor. But then your weed's not going to be as good. That's why I suggested it. The time plus growing. Yeah, it's like I got other shit to do. Like, nothing. Like being depressed. Like it takes up a lot of time. You don't understand. Being depressed is like a full-time job. You think I got time to fucking take care of plants? I can't even take care of myself. The fuck? What's up, Ink Frog? I only harness the sun for my superpowers, not for weed. What are your superpowers? The fuck? Depends if your greenhouse has a door. Well, I would hope it has a door because then you can't get in and out. Yo, depressed? Me too. Dab me up. Put it here, fam. You can't see, but I put my hand up like we were gonna do a little handshake action. I'd love to grow as a job, but boomer roommates. Damn, rip. I had an article. Okay, actually, you know what? I took it off the list, but since we're talking about weed, it's like relevant now. So hold up. Marijuana? No. Marijuana? No. Marijuana? No. Ah, yes, this. Oh my god. Speaking of boomer, speaking of fucking weed. Speaking of boomers and weed. This is kind of a long article, though. This is such a fucking... this is so stupid, dude. Amid marijuana legalization, a civic problem lingers. That smell. Bro, suck a dick. Oh my god, shut up, dude. The smell. Oh no, it smells like weed. Bro, go outside in my city and it smells like exhaust everywhere you go. Like, there are people who live in whole ass towns that are ruined by like the refineries in those same towns. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have like oil refineries here in LA. Like, the whole town smells like that. And you want to complain about weed? Like, suck my dick. Like, there's... Shut up. Get a candle. Like, get an air freshener. Like, open a window. Like, here's what we should do. We should require put the same restrictions in public that we put on cigarettes. Whoa, hot take. Holy fuck. Whoa. Like, so like if you're like in a restaurant, you know, unless that's like your kind of restaurant where it's like a weed restaurant, which like I'm not mad at, but like if it's a regular ass restaurant, maybe don't smoke inside. Like, go outside, go out down the street to smoke weed, like you have to do already in California with cigarettes. It's so stupid. This is like the NIMBY of like weed. It's like, well, there's definitely a crossover also in NIMBYism and like the anti-weed smell in my city-ism. Like, this shit is so stupid. Ugh. It's kind of long, so I don't really want to read the whole thing, but we'll skim over it. From NYC to Amsterdam, the smell of weed has critics fired up. In what's considered a nationwide first, a 76-year-old woman in Washington, D.C.'s Cleveland Park... excuse me. In Washington, D.C.'s Cleveland Park neighborhood sued the tenant who lived in a rental apartment adjoining her home, arguing that she was made ill by the smell of the smoke from the cannabis he was using. The civil suit, filed in 2020, eventually went to trial. The defendant, a 73-year-old restaurant manager, argued that smoking medically... It's like boomer on boomer violence, bro. This is crazy. A 73-year-old restaurant manager argued that smoking medically prescribed marijuana eased his pain and sleeplessness, and that he only took a few puffs each night. Quote, "I am not Snoop Dogg," he said at trial. Listen, what do I look like? Snoop Dogg? Like, that's so funny. But in June, a judge ordered the tenant to refrain from smoking pot, not only in his own home, but also within 25 feet of her residence, aka his own residence. He can't do something that is legal, not only in his own home, but within 25 feet of his own home. That's fucking insane. That's ridiculous. Like, on the other hand, I do feel for the other lady. Like, if it's that much of a problem, like, you guys should work out a deal. You know what I mean? Like, you guys should work out a deal. Like, it's only at nighttime. Maybe please do it outside or like out the window, and like, you know, we'll do something, and I'll buy you an air freshener or something like that. There's also, do you guys know, we call it oofla. You guys know what I'm talking about? By humidifier thing? Yeah, like there's other options we can go. It's like, there's like, you know, human reasonable like middle ground that we could find on this. Like, all right, like it's my legal right to smoke weed. If it really is making you sick, like we'll figure something out. You know what I mean? But we called it an oofla. I don't really know why we called it that, but hold on. It's I don't know what I'm gonna look up, but I guess I could just tell you. Essentially, you know, dryer sheets, right? You know, like dryer sheets. What's the drink thing? Like dryer sheets. They have a smell, and you put them in the dryer with your fucking laundry, and like they make them smell nice, whatever. You get a fucking toilet paper roll, like the end of a toilet paper roll, or like a paper towel roll, and you fill it up with the fucking thingies, with the paper towel, the dryer sheets. And then you seal off on the like one end with a dryer sheet, put a rubber band around it, and you blow the air through it. It's actually really fucking effective. I never heard the fun name. I mean, that was probably just like what the dumbass kids like in my area growing up called it. I mean, I'm obviously positive about that. DIY smoke buddy. Yeah, I'm sure other people had different names for it, but I've heard other people like in their like neighborhood or like among their friends growing up that have similar names. Sploof? Yeah, like similar names to that. Like, are you saying that that's what you used to call it, Spike Trees? Because that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, we called it a sploof. Okay, fucking case in point. There you go. See, multiple people in the chat say sploof, but we called it an oofla. I've heard sploof. Okay. So there's like a common etymology here. Wait, etymology is the right term, right? Or huff that shit into the kitchen exhaust. No one. What? Kitchen exhaust? What is the kitchen exhaust? Why did your kitchen has an exhaust? The fan microwave? Oh, like above your stove? Like the fan. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like the thing over the stove. Yeah. Okay. What do you call that? Yeah, I don't know. I guess the fan. Extractor fan? It's called a hoods? Damn. Never really thought about what the name is for that. Exhaust for clearing smoke, otherwise the smoke alarm goes off. Yeah. But like whenever I used that, it was because like I was, like smoking. I like lived with my parents. Like I haven't had to do that in, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe I've done it like at an Airbnb or something. Like while I was on vacation. Actually, I'm for sure I've done that like at a hotel or something. But like, I don't remember like the last time it was like I needed to do it or else, because thankfully it's been, marijuana's been legal recreationally for a good amount of time now in California. That's because you don't make bacon. That's true. I don't make bacon. You can actually buy smoke killing thingies on AliExpress and whatnot. Ashtrays that filter the smoke. Oh, nice. That's cool. Only tofu, no bacon. I mean, it's bacon tofu, baby. Listen. Really thin ass. Yeah, rice paper bacon, fam. Actually, I've never made rice paper bacon, but I've made like... Well, I've like bought fake bacon. Fakin', I guess, if you will. It's made in different ways, and I've cooked that obviously, but I've also made my own. It's closer to spam than bacon, like out of tofu. But we've also like watched those like tutorials, and there's like better, more bacon-y ways to do it. Banana peel bacon? I mean, I feel like that's possible. I feel like that you could probably do that. I like faking bacon. Well, the thing about bacon is like, it's just obviously there's like, it's just the texture is easy, right? It's just crispy. I mean, I guess depending on how you like it. Like, you might like it a little bit more rubbery. I don't know. But most people, normal people, like crispy bacon, right? So yeah, it's really just spices, and the texture is easy to nail down from there. You know what I'm saying? Using banana peel. Oh damn. Okay, it looks kind of gross, I'm not gonna lie.
What we've got in here is some banana tea.
Some banana tea.
To make that, we've got some vanilla extract, we've got some cinnamon sticks, and of course some bananas. That with some cold
but
water.
I don't like banana tea, I want bacon.
That. That's actually coming off, and that's really fun to do. It feels like I'm peeling ginger.
That actually does look very satisfying.
We get rid of that.
Hello?
Oh yeah, that's not nice at all. But
Yeah, man, it's not supposed to be good. Like, what?
let's go for
Yeah,
it.
that definitely doesn't taste like bacon. That's just for fun skis.
Crunch.
His
It's
face.
so bizarre. It's not bacon at all.
Yeah, no shot.
However,
It's probably not bad. It's probably like a unique taste, but there's no way it tastes like bacon.
tasty. You've got the crunch of bacon, a slight flavour of it from all the liquid smoke and the seasoning that was driven on there. But then it's like this overly thready texture and a very mild bitterness that just takes any of those initial bacon thoughts away. And it tastes more like a roast potato or a
I mean, I like roast potatoes.
potato. It's
That
bizarre.
sounds. I mean, that sounds
But
good.
bananas, I see potential in this. We've got one more to do.
I feel like there's something you could do with this, but I don't know. What the fuck?
Oh, it looks like confused spaghetti. Your mum's
Confused-
spaghetti. There's banana in your frying pan.
Okay, all right. That's all right. That's enough from you, sir. That's about enough from you, sir. That's about enough from you, sir. All right. I guess we should get into it because I started late. So, in order to be able to get all the shit that I'd like to covered, we should probably start doing it now. What do you say? Let's see. How are we doing on time in regards to ads? All right, we got a little bit to the ads. Cool. All right, let's start off with the Daily Dose of Internet. Pog. Hello? Wait, best of 2024, bitch. It's April. What? Also, where's the audio? Hello? What's going on, man? Am I losing my mind? I mean, probably, right? Is there no audio in this video? Okay, it's me. Oh my god. Turns out the button said muted.
These
and
are
I'm
the
just
best
stupid.
videos of 2024 so far.
But it's April. Whoa! What? Wow. Okay, I'm happy because I missed that. Wait, run that back. Holy.
These are the best videos of 2024 so far.
Oh my god. Oh, I've seen this one. Dumbass motherfucker. Oh. Oh, this is.
I'm not doing it, baby. Nothing's happened.
Of course, we've all heard of gravity, but do we really know what it is?
Poor
Allow me to
baby.
simply demonstrate the effects of gravity using just these two balls.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Hee hee hee. What?
I need an egg.
No.
Thank you.
Why are you drinking Pedialyte?
Okay. Okay, I remember this one. But how does this? How?
Oh my god.
Like, what is this?
I
Explain.
need an egg. Thank you.
What?
Explain.
Are you drinking Pedialyte, bro?
I need it.
Use both your eyes.
Wait, the way that they did use both of their eyes though on command. Wait.
I need it.
Use both your eyes.
Wait. What? Oh, it's paralyzed or something? Let's go. Let's go. W. Oh, yeah, I saw that coming.
He just ate it.
How does something like this even
Wait.
happen?
Wait, he ate the fucking... Wait.
Hello, Hank. Oh! He just ate it.
Wait, they can hear it? Because it's still... Is the audio from the microphone? That's amazing. Oh
How
my...
does something like this even happen?
Oh my god.
This baby was upset because dad kept snoring.
I remember this one. Bitch! Bitch, shut up, bitch! Oh, fuck, I remember this one too. Oh my god. Self-destruct. Initiated. This building will self-destruct in T-minus 10 seconds.
I got it this time. Oh my god.
No, you don't. Oh.
So what exactly was the goal here?
Ew.
This dad spoke to his daughter through the doorbell camera.
Welcome home, Ella.
God. Get his ass. Fuck, dude. I remember that one. That is... I'm just imagining this happening at like a live, like there's like a bunch of like yogis, you know what I mean? Like laying down on yoga mats all around him, doing like a sound bath or whatever. And he just... Oh. She's so bummed out. There's a... Oh my god, that is not where I thought that video was gonna go. I thought some fucked up shit was about to happen with her face. Also, that is a buff ass crow. What is wrong with this crow? I remember this one too. What is happening here? How is it doing this? What kind of dog is this?
What do you think he's trying to say?
True. Get that baby an SM7B, bro. Get that fucking baby a podcast ASAP. Oh. I remember this one. This is my favorite video of the fucking month, bro. I've watched this so many times when they first dropped this video. Oh my god, I rewound this video so many times. One more time. Why is that so fucking funny, dude? One more time, dude. Oh my god. Stop, dude. Oh my god. He's running still. It's so fucking funny. That's good.
This person was on a plane that was so high up that the blue color of the atmosphere was starting to disappear.
Damn.
Okay, so listen up. I'm not gonna say this again. 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and then reverse all the way over and up. There's your clutch, brake, gas. Now you ready? You got this.
Oh my god. Oh no.
What the fuck? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
So this may be
Yeah, dude.
uncomfortable.
Oh my god. Ew, ew, stop. That's called sound design.
Currently being recorded.
I currently don't care because I'm Amazon. Amazon.
She was trying to go for a walk when her dog spotted something.
Oh my god, I remember this one. Oh hell no! What kind of dog is that? Oh my god. Oh fuck, that sucks.
This guy tossing
Oh
his
my
cat
God.
to go catch a rat.
Tossing a cat, go catch a rat. Oh no.
Oh, hey, could you pass me a fork? Here you go. Oh, no, sorry, I meant like a metal one.
What in the goblin? What kind of cat is that? That's a goblin. That's an orc cat. Oh god, no, it's so over. Dude. Yeah, bro. That's why you filmed. That's why you filmed it, dude. That, like, you knew that was gonna happen. You thought, bro, you started filming just in case. Oh! Okay, I remember this video. Unironically, this job, more dangerous than being a cop. Unironically.
Taco for dog. Are you serious?
Wicked. Oh my god. Oh, I thought they were gonna fucking. Oh my god. Okay, I remember this one too. He sounds like the Saboba. He sounds like Saboba's pod racer. I remember that video. Oh, sack tap, bitch, get fucked. Free the homie. Oh!
I found someone that makes art out of cardboard, but that artwork creates a shadow of a different piece of art.
Hell yeah.
Sit. His dad tried to save his trampoline from being blown away.
Oh, I remember this.
Bennett, get out of there!
Bennett!
Oh. Oh.
Bennett!
Bennett!
Bennett! No! Bennett! Oh, I remember the fucking dude, the Proud Boys ass fucking. I remember this shit too. Oh my god, Bennett!
Oh my gosh. Bennett!
Yeah, this is actually terrifying, bro. Why the fuck? Okay, that's all. That's wicked as hell.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Dun, 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 dun. He's got my vote, bro. Good boy for president. Let's go.
You cannot keep interrupting. No. I'm having
Beautiful.
I'm having a conversation.
Why is this capybara so small?
Oh. Oh, God. Oh, I remember this video. Dude, what the heck, man?
His home, so this guy asked to help out.
Y'all need some help?
Every time his dog gets brushed, they do a little dance.
Alright, that's fucking funny as fuck. Pull up to the fucking crime scene investigation. Hey, yeah.
Find out that you can do something like this. This guy discovered a new way to punch.
You sure?
That's actually wicked, dude. Dude, what Mortal Kombat characters? Oh my god.
Do you speak Spanish?
Do we sell ladies?
Do you?
Yes, we have ladies.
Just drives away.
Kiki. 7 o'clock in the morning. Silent.
I'll have all of your lettuce, please. I'll have 7 lettuce units, please. People want Airbud to run for office, but let's be real, running the US is a cat job. You can't gaslight Lindsey Graham if all he needs to do is your belly. Don't do my belly. Do not let Lindsey Graham do my belly and give you treats. I know. Rub your belly. That's how Congress got so corrupt. A vote for Airbud is a vote for the deep state. You want a functional democracy? Vote for a cat. I mean, maybe you're onto something there. Maybe like all of the presidents have been dogs. You know what I mean?
I think bees are trying to talk to us.
Oh yeah, that shit is fucking insane.
Yeah,
Yeah, these edibles ain't shit. Oh.
After 4 years, this dog finally learned how to use the doggy door.
I remember this one. This is fun.
Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Fuck yeah. Good boy.
Who knew that working at a brewery could be so dangerous?
I remember this one too. Damn. I should call him.
Has to be the bravest dog I've ever seen.
Bum, 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 bum.
That is the end of this video. If you enjoyed this video and you would like to see more videos like this in the future,
wait, what?
Please let me
Oh
know.
my god, she dropped her
And
phone.
I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Wait. Oh, that was planned? Oh, that was a fucking jebaited, dude. Fucking jebaited. Jebaited. My life as sugar, not my life ass. My life ass sugar. My life, comma, ass sugar.
Wait, this is so
I caught the eclipse in Dallas, Texas. Watch to the end.
I better not fall. Oh my God, this is so
Don't look at it, chat. You'll go blind.
cool. Oh, I got it. Jesus, I got it. Lord, I got it. Goodness. My body is shaking. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everyone is silent. Oh my God. I can feel my heart beating through my chest. Oh my God.
Oh my God, the sounds of people suffering. Oh my God, they're being raptured. That's the sounds of a million souls crying out.
Wow, it's about to happen. Wow. Right there. Right there. Wow.
Lord, come inside of me.
Wow. Wow. Jesus Christ. Jesus is Lord. Wow.
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 Wow. That is really cool. Whoa, that is actually really dope.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Woo!
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, it's dark. It is completely dark.
That's actually insane, though.
Oh, you have to see this. Woo! Lord, this is beautiful. Jesus.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Wow. Everyone is silent. Wait, it feels like rapture. It feels like rapture. I'm shaking. I'm shaking.
It feels like rap. Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Why is everyone silent?
You're going to hell.
Am I the only one left alive? Jesus. Jesus.
Am I the only? Wait, did she say, am I the only one alive? Wait.
Like rapture. It feels like rapture. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Wow. Wow, why is everyone silent? Am I the only one left alive? Jesus. 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 It feels so surreal. Where is everybody? Where is everyone?
If I was like in the hotel or like the apartment above her, I'd be like, yes. It is just you. You are the only believer.
Oh Lord. Shaking.
You are a true believer, follower of my word.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. That is actually really crazy.
No way. No
That's
way.
fucking insane.
No way. No way. Everyone is on a standby. No way.
Everyone's
No
on
way.
standby.
No way. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus. 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 Jesus.
Jesus.
Jesus.
One more time. Jesus. Hey. Jesus. Hey, let's go. Jesus. What? Yeah. Jesus. Let's go, baby. Jeez. Wow. Yeah. Wow. What? Yeah. Wow. Let's go. Jesus. Let's go. Wow. I'm shaking. Yeah. Whoa. I'm shaking.
No way.
I'm shaking.
What a day to be alive. What a time to be alive.
A day to be alive. Girl, you are not. You are dead. You are in hell right now.
Wow. Everyone is on a standstill.
Everyone.
Lord. Lord.
It's just you. You're the only one not on standstill. You are the main character.
Lord. Lord.
Lord. Damn. Am I the only one alive? Oh my God. Yes, my follower. It is just you. You must now Venmo me $30 for my DoorDash meal. New Kanye track just Wait, no, like actually though. Wait, no. Wait, yo, if oh my God, if Kanye fucking samples that, I'm gonna scream. I will rapture. I will ascend into the heavens. Oh my God, I will scream and then I will be brought up into the heavens. Oh my God, dude. That is funny. All right. All right, let's see. Where Next up, we're going to get into the headlines chat. We're going to get the stream started. You know what we do. You know how we do. We got the top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, top stories from Associated Press, news wrap from PBS, Democracy Now, aka Democracy in a Few Minutes. What is this? You mock the goat? Let's go. Let's go.
Scoop dee dee whoop.
Let's go.
Whoop dee scoop dee poop.
That's right.
Poop dee scoop dee.
Am I gonna get DMCA for this?
Whoopie dee scoop.
Let's go.
Poop.
All right.
Poop dee dee whoop scoop. Poop. Poop. Scoop dee dee whoop. Whoop dee dee scoop. Whoop dee dee scoop poop.
Jesus. 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 Wow. Wow. I am shaking.
Bars. Yo, remix. Let's go. DMCAD's nuts. Idiot. Get fucked, dude. Get fucked. All right, next up is going to be the headlines chat. Then we're going to look at some specific stories. Okay, fuck this annoying ass weed smell story. We're moving on from that. We're going to look at some, while I have Angelino still awake. This is relevant to everybody, but we recently, Brett, aka Cinemarxism, and I recently had Ben Camacho on our podcast, What's Left LA. If you remember, he is the journalist who did the public records request of all of the like information in photographs, headshots of LAPD employees. That he's now facing a lot of fucking a whole bunch of retaliation over. He's now humbly requesting a legal defense. So we're gonna go over some stuff about that. Then we're gonna look at this. This is from the controller in Los Angeles, Kenneth Mejia, who was elected. Talking about the $2.2 million that the LA City Council has just approved to spend on a private auditor, when we have somebody who we elected to office for that exact reason. We're gonna look at his post, and then we're gonna look at the article from LA Times. Well, if we have time, we'll look at this later. I made 13 cents an hour as a prison janitor. Here's why I donated my wages to Gaza relief. Just like an insane, like wow. Wow, amazing. We'll look at that. And more. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we'll be watching. I'll share the articles that we read as we read them. But before we continue on chat, we have to run an ad break because it's been a little bit more than an hour since we started the stream. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. I'm seeing Groove Holmes. I'm seeing Plagued by Society. I'm seeing Unobtainium. I'm seeing Euphemisticism. I'm seeing multiple friends in the chat, regulars with no sub badge. If you have the means to, please do consider helping them out, or contributing to the stream in some way, whether that be gift subs, biddies, donos, whatever. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Alrighty. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you sat through ads, I appreciate it. Thanks for watching them because it does help. But we're back. Yo, Femi, don't kill me. Thank you for 13 months. Let's go.
VO clap.
VO clap. Thank you so much for 13 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. How's it going? Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Let's start it off. Let's get right into it, huh? We'll do as we do and start off with the headlines. Reuters, Associated Press, PBS, and Democracy Now! Let's go. Top 5 stories you need to know today. Number 1, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warns China that Washington will not accept new industries being decimated by Chinese imports as she wraps up 4 days of meetings in Beijing. Number 2, a Hamas official says no progress was made at a new round of Gaza ceasefire talks in Cairo. Shortly after, Egyptian sources said headway had been made on the agenda. Number 3, a Brazilian Supreme Court judge has opened an inquiry into Elon Musk. Get fucked, you absolute loser. After Musk said he would reactivate accounts on X that the judge had ordered blocked. Number 4, melting snow triggers the worst recorded flooding in Russia's Ural Mountains, forcing thousands of people to flee their homes. Number 5, mainstream European politicians join TikTok despite security fears. Okay. Is that it? Wait, pornos? Wait. What does that mean in German? What does this mean? What did they mean by this? Google it. Yeah, let me just Google that. Reuters does porn now, dude. Did you guys know that? That's crazy. Googling pornos in German. All right. Associated Press, let's go. A total solar eclipse crossed into North America Monday. It began slicing a diagonal line from the southwest to the northeast. Slicing... We gotta stop this. Oh my god. Millions of Americans must be dead. It was slicing up parts of the United States and what? Briefly plunging communities in Mexico and the US into darkness. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu escalated his pledge to invade the southern Gaza city of Rafah. Netanyahu has repeatedly said Israel must send ground forces into Rafah, saying it is Hamas's last stronghold in Gaza. Oh boy, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi met for talks with the newly appointed Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Mustafa in Cairo on Monday. It's an attempt to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Whoa. And it's tulip season in Istanbul. This year, nearly 8 million tulips and other flowers were planted across the city. Tulips have deep cultural significance. That's so pretty. Deep cultural significance in Turkish history. Fuck, I missed it. In Turkish history, dating back to the Ottoman era. Nice. Nice. All right, now let's go to the PBS News Wrap.
Headlines. An appeals judge in New York denied former President Trump's 11th hour bid to delay his hush money criminal trial. He's accused of falsifying records to hide payments to an adult film actress. But his lawyers asked to move the proceedings out of Manhattan, forcing a postponement. For now, pending further appeals, the trial is set to start on April 15th. The National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics, representing small colleges, effectively banned transgender athletes from women's sports today. It's believed to be the first college sports organization to take that step. A group statement said, quote, each NAIA sport includes some combination of strength, speed, and stamina, providing competitive advantages for male student athletes. The Vatican has reaffirmed its opposition to gender-affirming surgery and surrogate parenting. A 20-page document released today.
Bro, the woke pope, dude. What happened, bro?
Characterizes both as threats to human dignity. At a news conference, a top cardinal said it reinforces a stance of welcoming transgender people in the church, but not so-called gender ideologies.
We like transgender people are totally chill. We're totally cool with transgender people. However, this gender ideology shit, if you come at me with this gender ideology shit, that's right. That's where I draw the line. Also, gender affirming care, unholy. Dude, so fucking shut up.
We believe that these ideologies, instead of helping,
yeah, you can be gay as long as you don't practice version 2
to recognize dignity, impoverish a humanistic vision where man and woman are the most beautiful combination and the greatest difference that humanity.
Bro, do you imagine being both though, fam? Would that make you like fucking God? Like the fuck? I don't know, man. It's so silly. Obviously, it's the church. Like I wouldn't expect any less from the church. You know what I mean? If anything, it's been surprising to see like the somewhat progressive stances that the Vatican has taken in the past. If anything, that's the surprising thing. This is not surprising. You know what I mean? Whatever.
He contains.
A few months ago, another Vatican document approved blessings for same-sex couples and triggered a backlash from some conservative bishops. In Mozambique, local reports say the death toll has reached at least 98 and a ferry boat sinking. Officials say the crowded makeshift vessel capsized on Sunday. 7 more bodies were found today as the search continued, with an unknown number still missing and 11 others hospitalized. Some on board were fleeing a cholera outbreak. Russia and Ukraine blamed...
Yeah, more of this, you know what I mean? I mean, we've already been seeing tons of migrant deaths, right? There's been like the deadliest year in a long time, according to the UN, for migrants. You know what I mean? More like outbreaks, conflicts, lack of resources, climate disasters. Yeah, man.
They're again today for drone strikes on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. UN inspectors have confirmed Sunday's attacks, but said the nuclear safety system was undamaged. Russia released video of drone debris at the plant, which its forces control, and the Kremlin accused Ukraine of attacking. Kyiv, in turn, said the Russians orchestrated the whole thing. Floodwaters are still rising in Russia's southern Ural region after heavy flooding. The worst of it is in the Orenburg region near the Kazakhstan border. It's being caused by rising water levels in the Ural River. As of today, officials estimate roughly 10,000 homes have been flooded. Most are near the site of where a dam burst on Friday.
People are being evacuated using watercraft, inflatable boats, and transporters that can accommodate up to 50 people. The evacuation is being carried out gradually, street by street, and people are also being notified through loudspeakers.
Residents there staged a rare protest against the government today, demanding compensation for their flood losses. Here at home, the FAA is investigating a new incident involving a Boeing 737 airliner. The Southwest airline was grounded Sunday morning after an engine cover fell off during takeoff from Denver. The plane was a Boeing 737-800 series, not the 737 MAX.
Imagine sitting here and be like, yeah, I'm gonna die. It's the dude, Boeing, dude.
Under scrutiny. The Biden administration will invest up to $6.6 billion.
They fucking killed that man. They fucking killed that whistleblower, man. There's a lot going on over at Boeing.
Toward the goal of more microchip production in the U.S. Today's announcement goes to help a Taiwanese company expand its Arizona facilities. The chips are used in everything from cars and smartphones to fighter jets. And on Wall Street...
Nah, it's all good. We had a long convo with God and nah, it's fine. Nah, it's all good. I like this. This is good. Good chatter.
Stocks barely budged to start the week. The Dow Jones rose 5. University of Connecticut, South Carolina claimed 75.
Not stonks. These aren't stonks.
Gamecocks have won 2 titles in the last 3 seasons. Still to come on the News Hour, Minnesota becomes the latest front line.
Oh yeah, we're gonna look at that. This is we've talked about this before, but there's updates on Minnesota and the fight against Uber and Lyft and shit like that. Even my conservative dad was talking about there being far too many MBAs running things rather than peeps with experience and knowledge. Well, I think that's something that working class people can definitely agree on. Well, I mean, depends on I guess it depends on what we're talking about specifically. But I don't know. There's a lot of especially as a millennial, I'm a millennial. And if you're a millennial in the United States, you probably can relate to this one way or the other. College was like really, 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 really emphasized. And trades and things like this were very, very, very underemphasized and underfunded obviously in all of these things. Now we have this like population that has so much debt, and none of them can get a job in the field that they studied in. So they're like, you have a fucking degree, you and everybody else like get in line. You know what I mean? So it's like now nobody is in the trades and like, and then that's where like immigration comes in to fill up a lot of those jobs. And it's like, it's a huge mess. But it's all neoliberalism. It's not immigrants. It's not, any of those things. Me, a millennial. Yeah. Trades suck nowadays, overworked and underpaid. I mean, unless you are unionized. And if you are in a trade and you are not unionized, you should consider it. Which is also the problem of, the emphasis on like contract work and in contractor, contracted laborers, and the rise in that kind of job. The Uberification, the ride shareification, if you will, of the economy. Yeah. Brandon just announced more forgiveness, but nothing to actually change the system. Well, I mean, announce more forgiveness for 10 million people or something. If it gets through, there's like a whole bunch of testing here. Hold on, I had something on that. So basically it's just an announcement that we're going to be pushing for this new debt cancellation like proposal, but it's got to still go to like, there's going to be an open forum first, and then there's going to be then it's got to go to Congress, then the Senate, and where it will absolutely die. But We'll look at this. I have this from Reuters. We'll let's get through the headlines first.
Fight for fair pay.
All right, democracy right now.
Welcome to Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Palestinians are returning to the devastated city of Khan Yunis after Israel withdrew troops from southern Gaza to prepare for an attack on Rafah. Residents of Khan Yunis say the city has been largely reduced to rubble and smells like death. The temporary troop withdrawal comes 6 months after Israel began its assault on Gaza following the Hamas attack on October 7th. The official death toll in Gaza has topped 33,100, but many fear the actual number is far higher. The Guardian...
Euromed Human Rights Monitor puts it in the low 40,000s, like 43, I think I saw their last post was, because Euromed Human Rights Monitor includes those that have been missing and were never recovered, from the rubble.
Reports tens of thousands have disappeared in Gaza over the past 6 months with their whereabouts.
Which is why that's the more accurate number. Essentially, you can expect like the rest of the media's number to catch up slowly over time with the Euromed, HR, the Human Rights Monitor numbers. It's just like that's just like where it's gonna go,
Unknown. On Friday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres repeated his call for a ceasefire and the release of all hostages still held in Gaza.
More than half the population, over 1 million people, are facing catastrophic hunger. Children in Gaza today are dying for lack of food and water. This is incomprehensible and entirely avoidable. Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people.
On Friday, the head of Save the Children US, Yanti Surepto, addressed the UN Security Council.
350,000 children under the age of 5 are at risk of starvation as we speak. The world is staring down the barrel of a man-made famine. The hunger in the north is of a particular concern, where people have now resorted to eat animal feed or tree leaves. If we continue down this path of all parties to conflict flagrantly breaching the rule of war and international humanitarian law, zero accountability, powerful nations refusing to use the levers of influence at their disposal, then the next
US.
set of mass deaths of
US.
children in Gaza will not be from bullets and bombs. It will be from starvation and malnutrition.
More video has emerged from Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza, which was largely destroyed during Israel's 2-week siege. This is Jonathan Whittle of the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs speaking on the grounds of Al-Shifa.
We're here in what used to be Shifa Hospital in the north of Gaza and Gaza City. Hospitals should always be places of safety. Hospitals should always be protected, places of healing. And yet I'm standing around in the midst of utter devastation. Shifa has literally become a graveyard. There are bodies still in this courtyard.
I mean, literally, there's mass graves.
Have been completely destroyed.
There were 30,000 people sheltering here before the siege on Al-Shifa.
The International Court of Justice has begun a hearing today in The Hague to decide whether Germany has violated the Genocide Convention.
Seems like the U.S. is kind of scared of Israel. Sarsek is correct. Israel can drag the whole world into a giant Middle Eastern conflict. Yeah, like they're the sole entity in the region, worsening the tensions. Oh my goodness gracious. And I don't know, like I think that the United States is worried that they created my most charitable view of the Brandon administration and the State Department's view on Israel. My most charitable view, which, my most charitable view is that they are like a Terrence said, afraid of the monster that they've created, and are worried that if they piss off Bibi Netanyahu too much, the rogue state that is Israel could really fuck a lot of shit up in the region. That is the most charitable view. I don't think I don't know. They're just defending themselves /s. The US is not scared of Israel itself, is scared of losing Israel as an ally. Yeah, both of those things are true, is what I mean. Yeah.
By providing military and financial aid to Israel. The case was brought by Nicaragua, which accused Germany of facilitating the commission of genocide in Gaza.
Oh, which we're going to look at it later. Why Germany is complicit in Israel's genocidal war on Gaza. Nicaragua is accusing officially in the ICJ Germany of being complicit. Yeah, man, there's a lot to talk about.
Nicaraguan Ambassador Carlos Jose Arguello Gomez addressed the court earlier today.
In the present case, Nicaragua is also requesting the court to order that Germany to cease providing support to Israel in its campaign of destruction of the Palestinian people. But in the present case, Nicaragua is acting not only on its own behalf on the basis of the rights and obligations conferred by the peremptory norms invoked, but also on behalf of the Palestinian people that is being subjected to one of the most destructive military actions in modern history.
Germany has to unconditionally support Israel for reasons. I mean, that's what they think, right? I reject that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't help a nation. You can't help a nation do what you once did. You know what I mean? In order to like make up for what you once did. That's not how that works. Yeah.
The ICJ hearing is being held as Al Jazeera reports a group of 600 civil servants in Germany have written to Chancellor Olaf Scholz, calling on him to immediately cease armed deliveries to Israel. In Washington, D.C., 40 Democratic
being overcorrective, and I mean, I would call it also like, why can't, you know what I mean? Why weren't Jewish people allowed to just be free and live in Germany? Why did you have to displace a whole other people? Like we could talk about that too. Like it's I can't help but feel like it's definitely white supremacy. You know what I mean? It's definitely anti-Semitism to say that, okay, we're going to ship off all the Jews to a place in the desert, and we'll kill a bunch of brown people in order to make that happen. Like, why Jewish people are very safe and have have a lot of community in the United States. I think New York is like the biggest Jewish diaspora. I know Los Angeles has a huge Jewish community. Like, why can't Jewish people live safely? Why did you have to fucking displace a whole people in order to ship them off someplace else? That's fucking insane. That's ridiculous.
Of Congress.
Holy lands. I mean, I don't subscribe to that. I don't give a shit what your Bible, your book says. I don't care what your religion says. Your version of your religion says. I don't care. You don't get to displace people. Like, that's not how that works. Nope.
Including former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, have written President Biden urging him to halt new arms transfers to Israel following Israel's killing of 7 aid workers.
I mean, I'm not sure Jews wanted to live in Germany afterwards. I mean, right. Why didn't the U.S. why didn't any other country? Like, all the arguments that you're hearing people make about like Arab nations. Like, you know what I mean? Why won't the Arab nations take in the Palestinian people? Because like, you are talking about an ethnically displacing them. You are talking about ethnic cleansing when you are saying we'll just ship them off to some other place. Like, I can't help but feel like this is part, like the creation of this ethno state was also part of a white supremacist ethnic cleansing. Wasn't Alaska one of the possible locations for Israel? That I don't know. Israel was 2 birds with 1 stone. That's what I'm saying. All of the imperial powers were still consistently anti-Semitic despite ending a war over an anti-Semitic genocide. People, some same people who cry about the Mexican border.
World Central Kitchen last week. The lawmakers wrote, quote, "In light of the recent strike against aid workers and the ever-worsening humanitarian crisis, we believe it is unjustifiable to approve these weapons transfers," they wrote. Talks over a ceasefire and hostage deal are continuing in Cairo, but there are conflicting reports on how much progress has been made. Israel and Hamas both sent negotiators on Sunday, a day after CIA Director William Burns arrived in Cairo. In Israel, as many as 100,000 protesters rallied in Tel Aviv on Saturday, calling for a deal to release the hostages.
Oh my God, I love that picture. Is that fucking, what's his name? That's fucking the fucking narco fucking fuck. Why am I blanking on his name?
On Saturday, calling for a deal to release the hostages.
Why am I blanking on his name? Fucking Pablo Escobar. Thank you, Dr. Phil. Yeah, Dr. Phil. Yeah, yes.
And for new elections. One of the most prominent
Dr.
Palestinian
Escobar.
prisoners jailed has died from cancer in an Israeli prison. The novelist Walid Daka had spent the past 38 years.
They're probably gonna fucking, they're probably about to talk about it. I imagine that they were. But no peace for Palestinians even in death. This shit is so fucking, I mean, we've talked about this greater concept, you know what I mean? The history of this greater concept, and you know, but this is so sad.
Years locked up after being arrested for killing an Israeli soldier. Rights groups have been pressuring Israel to release him, saying he was in dire need of medical attention. Last month, Amnesty International called for his release, saying that since October 7th, he'd been tortured, humiliated, and denied family visits. Protests over Israel's assault on Gaza continue across the globe.
She didn't go into it. One sec. Oh, actually, I might have the names wrong. Okay, yeah, I do have the names wrong. I was thinking there's a funeral raided inside Israel of Palestinian Israelis who were like setting up a funeral for somebody who died on the inside. Wrong guy.
Rights groups have been pressuring Israel to release him, saying he was in dire need of medical attention. Last month, Amnesty humiliated assault on Gaza continue across the globe. In California, 20 students at Pomona College were arrested Friday after occupying the office.
Yeah, this shit is crazy.
The students were protesting the removal of a mock apartheid wall that had been built on campus. The students were also calling for Pomona College to divest from companies aiding Israel's occupation. The International Atomic Energy Agency is warning recent drone strikes on a nuclear reactor at the Russian-controlled Zaporizhzhia plant in Ukraine could increase the risk of a major nuclear accident.
That scared the shit out of me.
IAEA did not say who carried out the strikes, but Russia's accused Ukraine of carrying out 3 recent drone strikes on Zaporizhzhia, the largest nuclear plant in Europe. In other news from Ukraine, Russia's continuing to intensify its attacks on Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. On Saturday, at least 7 people died in drone strikes that hit residential areas. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has warned Ukraine could soon run out of air defense missiles.
The current intensity of Russia is quite high. As of today, we have a reserve of air defense missiles, but I believe we need to think about tomorrow. The intensity could stay the same, and then we wouldn't have enough. If they keep hitting Ukraine every day the way they have for the last month, we might run out of missiles.
Zelensky's comments come as Republican lawmakers in Washington remain deeply divided over sending more military aid to Ukraine. The embattled Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson's expected to unveil a new Ukraine funding bill in the coming days. The United States, Japan, Australia, and the Philippines are holding their first joint war exercises in the South China Sea.
Oh, man.
On Thursday, President Biden's planning to host Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. at the White House. On Sunday, the Chinese military held surprise Navy drills in the South China Sea to counter the U.S.-led war games. Over the weekend, U.S. Treasury...
Bro, we've seen multiple little face-offs between the China's Navy and the Coast Guard of the Philippines. We've already I don't know, the Coast Guard, maybe also the Navy. This shit is so, these fucking war games, like somebody's just gonna, like, both sides are gonna continue to war game it up, and then somebody's gonna get too close.
Secretary Janet Yellen met with Chinese Premier Li Qiang in Beijing. Yellen said U.S.
I mean, the United States recently got the Philippines to increased, military, American military presence in the Philippines. Also the same with Japan, but also Japan is now starting to be able to build back up its own military. Remember how the Vietnam War started, right?
China relations are now on a, quote, more stable footing.
As I have said, the United States seeks a healthy economic relationship with China that benefits both sides. But a healthy relationship must provide a level playing field for firms and workers in both countries.
During an interview on CNBC, Yellen refused to rule out tariffs on Chinese green exports as China ramps up production of solar power technology, electric vehicles, and lithium batteries. Mexico's cut diplomatic ties with Ecuador and withdrew its embassy personnel from Quito after Ecuadorian police and military forces raided...
Bro, the whole world is... Stop.
The Mexican embassy Friday to arrest former Ecuadorian Vice President Jorge Glass, who had taken refuge there for months. Mexico had granted him asylum protections just hours before dozens of police and military forces stormed the Mexican embassy. Glass served under former leftist Ecuadorian President Rafael Correa. Glass is being investigated for corruption and was previously convicted on graft charges, which he and allies have denounced as politically motivated.
Oh, man.
The raid on Mexico's embassy in Quito has sparked condemnation across Latin America and the world. This is Mexican Foreign Minister Alicia Bárcena.
Mexico repeats its condemnation of the violation of the immunity of its embassy in Quito and the aggression towards its staff. As per instructions of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, we are coordinating the return of all our diplomatic staff in Ecuador, along with their families, after the violent attack carried out by the Ecuadorian police in our embassy on the night of Friday, April 5th.
Rwanda is holding a week of commemorations, marking the...
That's like in the same month, 2 unprecedented, embassy-related, acts of war. I don't know. I mean, violating the sovereignty of another nation's embassy is technically an act of war, no? I mean, I definitely know that that is the case for the attack on the Iranian embassy in Syria, but...
30th anniversary of the 1994 genocide, during which up to 1 million Tutsis and moderate Hutus were killed by militia members. Rwandan President Paul Kagame said in a speech Sunday, the international community, quote, failed all of us. This is Alan Nagari of Human Rights Watch.
That this should never happen again. And we have a classical example of a country that at the time was seen to be of no strategic importance when the lives of so many people were at stake. We had a United Nations peacekeeping operation that was effectively dismantled, and its size was reduced drastically at the point where the Rwandan people really needed the international community to speak up and actually reinforce that peacekeeping operation. And because the international community failed to do so, then we lost over 800,000 people.
In 2021, French President Emmanuel Macron acknowledged France's role in failing to stop the genocide. Declassified U.S. documents show the Clinton administration refused to label the 1994 mass killings in Rwanda as a genocide. One State Department document read, "Be careful. Genocide finding could commit the U.S. government to actually do something," unquote. Israeli President Isaac Herzog traveled to Rwanda for the 30-year commemoration, where he met with President Kagame. Kagame has been president since 2000 and has led a harsh crackdown on the press. He's also accused of fueling deadly violence in the neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. Donald Trump pulled in $50 million at a campaign fundraiser hosted by the billionaire hedge fund investor
Concerned women for Trump, dude.
Paulson.
Or for America. Never
Fundraising
mind.
dinner in Florida, Trump told supporters he would extend his 2017 tax cuts, which aided billionaires. Meanwhile, ProPublica is reporting Trump's legal team may have violated ethics rules by not telling an appellate court that a billionaire financier had agreed to help Trump post the full $464 million bond set by the court in his civil...
Bro, elections financing is all this. The whole election shit is so broken in that sense. Okay, the what is allowed and the gray areas around funding is so fucking. It's so fucked. Yo, Young Skirt, what's good? I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. What's up? What's up? Shouts out Young Skirt. If you don't already follow Young Skirt, you gotta go follow Young Skirt. Everybody that always complains that we don't do, or that always begs anyway, for music streams here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, this is your spot. All right, Young Skirt makes beats with subscribers, streams like fucking every day, makes beats all through the week. That's the place to go. That's the place to go. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. What's good?
fraud case, despite the offer from billionaire Don Henke.
Yo, billionaire Don. Oh, never mind. I remember talking about Don Henke last week. Yo, Speed Razor. Thank you for the 5 bomb. I appreciate it. Let's go. Huge W. If you got a gifty from Speed Razor, please make sure to thank them. That's very, very generous. Thank you so much, Speed Razor. Thank you for getting us started on our sub goal for the day. I really appreciate it. Very kind. Yeah, it was good. Just made a song and mixed a free jazz song. Then Tekken, let's go. Let's go, W. Oh my god, your little tofu has... What? Has what? Bayers? What you talking about? Anyways, welcome in. We are just finishing up the headlines. Oh, the headphones. Yes, yes. Yeah, those are my real headphones. Those are my real headphones. I thought never mind. I don't know what I thought you were saying. That's funny. All right, where were we? Or how are we doing on time? We got 20 minutes until the ads. All right, we can fit some let's knock out this LA stuff here real quick. Well, this is technically everywhere, right? But so if you might remember that Brett, aka Cinemarxism, and I have a podcast called What's Left LA. The last episode we did was interviewing Ben Camacho here. And he's seeking he needs some help. Okay. Humbly requesting y'all consider donating to my legal defense fundraiser. I'm currently facing 2 lawsuits from the city of Los Angeles, all because that same city now regrets fulfilling a public records request. This public records request is what gave us this. This database here with all the photos of all LAPD. That's what gave us this and has led to a lot of accountability, which is obviously very much needed. The city of Los Angeles, oopsie daisy, god damn it. Where am I? The city of Los Angeles thinks it can use a court to censor public records and go against long-standing Supreme Court rulings going back to Daniel Ellsberg and the Pentagon Papers case. This year, City Attorney Heidi Feldstein Soto doubled down on the city's attacks on the freedom of the press and sued me for a second time. At a moment when the future of local media is so financially threatened, Soto has chosen to push her boot down again on the First Amendment at the behest of the police union, which was one of her campaign donors, and filed a lawsuit against the city demanding they sue me, Ben Camacho. The second lawsuit seeks to punish me for the city changing its mind by demanding that I pay damages to hundreds of anonymous police officers. Not only is this an embarrassment for Los Angeles, it's completely unconstitutional. I'm requesting all donate to this fundraiser that will go directly to court costs in these frivolous attacks against the First Amendment. Also, they have brought no evidence that any of the officers that there were any undercover officers who were like quote unquote doxxed by this release, which they called a leak, but it was a completely legal public records request that the PD put together themselves. But then the police union got mad about it, and then the police union sued the city, and now the city is countersuing Ben Camacho. So there is he cited it here. There's legal precedent that exists in the Supreme Court that protects Ben in this matter. However, a lot of the times, like we talked about in the podcast that we did where we interviewed him, these types of things are just done as retaliation for the fuck of it, because it's going to cost you time and money. Even if you end up beating the case, it'll take you months and months, if not years, and definitely tons of money in legal fees to fight it, right? So it's like they win either way because they disincentivize other journalists from doing things like this. So this is extremely important. In the links here, there's one of my YouTube channels is the archive of all my VODs. If you go back a couple weeks, you can see the VOD where we interview Ben Camacho, where he tells his whole story in detail. It's a really good story. I don't have time to go into the whole background of it, but basically, I really just want to like signal boost this, because this is an attack on journalism, on the First Amendment rights. This is obviously, we need to be able to protect people who put, their own safety, their own well-being on the line to get us accountability and, over the police. It was a long conversation. Check it out. It was really good. Yeah, lawfare. Exactly. So if you have the means to, please do go help out Ben. Oh, how much is your rados already? Okay, got 3,000 of 30K. All right. Yeah, this is just what he wrote in the tweet, I think. Freedom of the Press Foundation Advocacy Director Seth Stern wrote for the Los Angeles Daily News about the city's efforts to pin all this liability on me. The city has hit the trifecta of anti-press First Amendment violations. First, demanding journalists give back documents the government released, which is boom, there's a lot of government, there's a lot of fucking legal precedent for this. Second, censoring journalists from publishing the information, which they're allowed to do once the government releases something, it's free game. And now holding journalists financially liable for truthful publications, something that, once again, the court has never permitted. Although these cases are meritless and should never have been filed, they are expensive to defend against. Exactly what I was saying. My legal team is working pro bono, which is awesome, but we've incurred several thousand dollars in court costs. We have no outside or institutional funding to support this work. So if you have the means to, yeah. Boom, bang. All right. Now let's keep it moving. This is the Los Angeles City Controller, Kenneth Mejia, who is essentially the accountant, the auditor, the person who does the auditing and reports on budgets and things like this for the city. One of the best things that came out of the elections in, was that 2018? 2022? I'm blanking. I think it was 22 or 2018, whatever. In recent elections, him describing what is some garbage, and we're gonna look at the article that is the garbage that they're talking about. Yo, what's up, Raiders? Welcome in. Carpe Pax, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, welcome in. How was your stream? Hope it was good. What were y'all up to? Like I said, we're about to go over this last little piece of LA news that I have here. I'm going to read this tweet here from the city controller from Los Angeles, Kenneth Mejia. Then I'm going to read this article from the LA Times. LA to pay up to $2.2 million for homelessness program audit. We talked a lot about the homelessness programs and how ineffective they are in Los Angeles, and how we need an audit to make sure that all the money that was allocated is actually being spent on housing people, because we have something like between 40 and 45,000 homeless people in Los Angeles, and there's only something like 10,000 beds available on any given night in Los Angeles. So progressives in LA have been trying to push for an audit, and we need to get our progressive city controller, Kenneth Mejia, to do that audit. But they've decided to go around it and spend even more to add to the deficit. Okay, this is not like this is not deficit hawkery that you would be comparable to like us talking about like, oh, how much money on a federal level gets the federal deficit. This is not the same. This is not the same. When we have a situation where, one sec. When we have a situation where One sec. A big part of the overspending and the huge deficit in LA comes from is one example just from fiscal year 2024. This is just 2024 so far. $49.7 million have been paid out in liability cases. Just this year alone. 50 million. Boom, 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 boom. And also, let's see. 2,000 jobs are going to be cut. Public jobs are going to be cut that are unfilled, even though, we need them, like parks and recreation, things like this. Even though the departments that are getting cut are not the departments where there's overspending, like the LA Parks and Recreations Department, for example. And for example, also like you know, the street sweeping, like streets, like not the homeless sweeping, but like, you know, street maintenance and things like this. But look at this shit. This is the budget, the 2024 budget. Fiscal year 2024, City of Los Angeles. What is this top line right here, you guys? That's the police at $3.2 billion. So, like, I'm giving you the context of this is the city. This is how the money is being spent in the city, right? And the reason why we have so much, you know, accountability or at least transparency around that is Kenneth Mejia here, who's saying this about this new decision to go around the controller in LA and hire a private auditor for $2.2 million to add to that overspending, when we are cutting 2,000 jobs from all of the other more important parts of the city, more important departments of the city than the police. Instead of funding our understaffed audit division for continuous oversight with more auditors that would last beyond our administration, city leaders would rather spend millions on an outside contractor for a one-time audit. The city continues to make bad financial decisions. LA agrees to pay up to $2.2 million for outside audit of homelessness programs. Also, we already have an elected independent auditor picked and paid for by the people. This is what we are elected to do. True. Here's that. Now let's read this article here from the Los Angeles Times that he's referring to. LA to pay up to $2.2 million for homelessness program audit. Los Angeles City Council agreed Friday to pay up to $2.2 million for an outside audit of homelessness programs. That was ordered by a federal judge. But the commitment fell short of the $2.8 million but the commitment fell short of the $2.8 million to $4.2 million proposed by the firm selected by U.S. District Judge David O. Carter to conduct the audit. The council did not explain its rationale for setting the lower amount. After initially indicating that is really weird right off the bat. Like, the company that is being hired here is saying that this is how much it's going to cost. So announcing that they're going to pay $2.2 million is like kind of weird, a little weird already off the rip. After initially indicating in a hearing Friday afternoon that that he would accept the offer, Carter recalled the city's attorneys as they headed for the courtroom door and warned them that he was not satisfied. I can't have a substandard audit, he said. It can't be 100,000 short or even a million short. Carter said he wanted to hear from the auditing firm, Alvarez and Marsal, as to whether it could complete the scope of work on the city's set budget. The council does not control the amount, he said. If that audit falls short, we are back in litigation. The audit has become the latest snag in a 2020 lawsuit filed by a group called the LA Alliance for Human Rights, which alleged that the city and county were failing in their duty to provide shelter and services for people living in the streets, which is absolutely fucking happening. Absolutely fucking happening. Both the city and county have since reached settlements providing for thousands of new shelter beds and mental health and substance use treatment. The demand for an audit arose in February when the LA Alliance, representing business owners, residents, and property owners, filed a motion asking Carter to sanction the city $6.4 million for missing deadlines. In prior hearings, Carter said he was not inclined to order sanctions because the money would be better spent helping homeless people, though he said the law firm representing the alliance should receive compensation. In a closed session Friday, the LA City Council agreed to pay Umhofer and Mitchell and King LLP $725,000. Carter accepted that figure, but had repeatedly made clear that the fees weren't the element of the sanctions request that mattered to him most. Saying he wanted more transparency about money spent on homelessness, Carter focused instead on the LA Alliance's demand for an audit. At his insistence, attorneys for the city and the Alliance selected several outside auditing firms to bid for the job. 3 firms presented their proposals to the court Thursday. One said it could conduct the audit for $320,000. Okay, I don't care about all this is the ins and outs of this. okay, whatever. This is just the ins and outs of the fucking the specific deal. The point of the matter is $2.2 million to add onto all of the overspending that we've already see in Los Angeles. I'll pull that up again. What's up, Undead? God damn it. There's always too much news to look at. I have to bookmark. I bookmark so much shit. Where the fuck is this shit? Okay, here we go. Jesus Christ. All the numbers in red are the departments that are overspending. All the numbers that are in black is the amount of money left over. Okay? Now, it's interesting because all of these departments that are not spending all of the money that was budgeted out for them, those are also the departments that are getting the cuts in jobs. Those are the ones that are getting downsized. City planning, building safety, animal services, parks and recreation, all of them receiving cuts. However, the police is by far the biggest overspending. By far. So it's like, how come you're downsizing these departments when they need to be spending more money? They need to be spending more money on all of these things. You have all this money left over, spend it. It's because of this. It's because of this. But every other department, like I said, is going to be fucking suffering. Is going to be getting downsized. Like, make it make sense. You can't make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. All right, we're going to move on from that. We'll look at Brandon's student debts. We'll look at Minneapolis and fighting against Uber and Lyft and things like that. But first, we have to run an ad break because it's been an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you'd like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi. Maybe somebody will see you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. If you have the means to, please do consider supporting the stream, whether that be with gift subs, biddies, donos, whatever. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. BRB. All right, we're back. Thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for waiting. If you watched ads, thanks for watching them. I appreciate it because it does help out. But don't worry, we're back. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, where were we? Oh my god, wait, did we not even finish this video? Oh my god, we didn't even finish the Democracy Now? Fuck me in the fucking...
Trump's lawyers told the court it was a practical impossibility to pay the original bond, which was then lowered to $175 million.
God
In
damn it.
Vermont, a man has been arrested
Democracy never,
for a
dude.
suspected act of arson on Senator Bernie Sanders' office in Burlington.
Oh yeah, I
Authorities say
forgot.
security footage captured the suspect spraying what appeared to be accelerant outside the office door Friday morning. A motive has not been identified. A Federal Aviation Administration is investigating after the engine cover on a Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-800 plane fell off during takeoff, striking the wing flap and forcing the aircraft to return to Denver's International Airport. It's the latest high-profile incident.
Hey Tofu, I had Echo Waves reach out to me about signal boosting Shonda Black's new projects. 1,000 downloads and over 25 emails sent to... Oh, yeah. I heard something about this. iOS, Free Palestine, Android. Here's... Yeah. You, good tool for contacting your reps. Yeah, it's something like every time you, like, use the internet, it, like... Here, we'll just let him...
Boom. You can send daily emails to your representatives automatically with freepalestine.tools with this iOS shortcut. Running since March. Thank you. Exclamation point. I don't know what the command is. Katie, where are you? I need you. Exclamation word short cut. Exclamation point. You can automatically send emails to your representatives using Apple's iOS shortcut. Let's see how many we're at now.
Okay. What is? Let me just. I'll just read it.
Days?
That's instructions. Here. Tell Congress, stop arming Israel, ceasefire now. Automatically send daily emails to your representatives using Apple shortcuts, urging them to do everything in their power to stop this onslaught against the Palestinian people. Download the Apple shortcut here and press setup shortcut. Carefully follow the instructions on the screen. You will be prompted to enter your congressional district and email. To create an automation in Apple shortcuts to run this shortcut daily. 1, click the automation tab at the bottom of your screen and click the plus button to create a new automation. Create a new personal email. Select trigger, time of day, and set it to run daily. Optionally, select run immediately in order to send the emails without confirming each day. This will truly automate the emails. Add the action run shortcut and choose the shortcut you downloaded. Save the automation and you're good to go. Essentially, it's just like you do this real quick and then it'll automatically email your representative every day. So like, you could just like, I guess you could just, send an email like yourself every day, I guess, but this way you don't even have to think about it. So it's pretty cool. Dun, dun, dun. There it is in the chat. Share it around. We'll leave that for later. This for later as well. Okay, let's finish this.
On a Boeing aircraft as the beleaguered company comes under mounting scrutiny over its safety failures. And millions of people across the United States will be donning protective glasses this afternoon to witness a much anticipated solar eclipse. In New York, Sullivan County, 6 prisoners.
I got a pinhole. I like saw it on a piece of paper. You know what I mean? It was cool.
Prisoners at the Woodburn Correctional Facility will be among those gathering outside to view the rare event after winning a lawsuit.
Did everybody see it?
That argued forcing them to remain indoors was a violation of their religious beliefs. The prison has issued a lockdown during the time of the eclipse, which will peak in New York around 3:25 p.m. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Okay, next up, chat. We're going to look at this. Minneapolis becomes frontline.
The latest frontline in the battle over fair pay for
frontline and fight over fair pay for rideshare drivers. Let's fucking go.
Rideshare drivers is in Minneapolis. Uber and Lyft have threatened to leave the city over a new
Oh, boo-hoo. One, you're not going to do that. I'm calling your bluff. You're not going to leave Minneapolis. Like, there's just no way that you would just up and leave an entire market. Like, I don't believe you. But two, go for it. Bye. Time for somebody else to, you know what I mean, to pick up where, you know, the slack then and actually pay a fucking living wage to the fucking to the Uber drivers and shit. Holy fuck. This is like, we need to start, which is like one of the only good things that we have seen like from like this administration was like some of the antitrust stuff and whatever. We need more. We need more. We need to fucking regulate these companies into the ground. Like the Uberification of our economy needs to fucking stop. It needs to stop. So good, get the fuck out. If you leave, then good. That's a W for Minneapolis. Huge W.
that sets minimum wage.
Oh no, guess you'll have to just use regular old taxis. Like, oh no, like, you know what I mean? Oh no, guess you'll have to do more for like, public transportation. Like, come on, dog.
For drivers. As special correspondent Fred DeSam Lazaro reports, it's leading to bigger questions about the state of the gig economy.
Lifelong Minneapolis resident Matthew McGlory started driving for Uber and Lyft over 7 years ago. He loves the flexibility, the chance to meet new people, and for a while he felt like drivers and the companies were true partners. But in the past few years, McGlory says, drivers have seen a smaller cut of fares.
Is it fair that Lyft or Uber will charge a passenger $67 and give the driver $23? We're not asking for anything more than we think.
Like, they literally don't do anything. They wrote a software. You know what I mean? Like, they created this software and now it just goes. It just goes. They don't have to do anything. You provide the car. You provide the labor. You provide the customer service. You do everything. You are Uber. You are Uber. But they want to tell you that, no, you're actually a partner. You're a fucking, you're a contracted worker. You're self-employed. No, man. Like, you are literally doing everything that makes the company money. You're doing everything. Every little bit of it.
Deserve, or anything more than we think is fair.
That's why McGlory supported a recent Minneapolis City Council ordinance that sets minimum pay for rideshare drivers. It requires the companies to pay drivers at least $1.40 per mile and 51 cents per minute during rides.
This fight is really simple. It's about giving workers a minimum wage. These are static facts.
Council member Robin Wansley helped write the policy.
We hold the standard that workers should earn livable wages. We should
not that I know of, Knots. I mean, definitely not on the scale of Uber and Lyft, obviously. But like, there is an opportunity there. It's just that like the profit, you know what I mean? Like that a company like that wouldn't be able to compete with the profits that like Uber and Lyft make. So it's like to even get off the ground is, man, I don't know.
I make exemptions for rideshare drivers because they're part of the gig economy. This is the time to reevaluate our dependence on two corporate giants that have based their entire economic model on paying their drivers sub-minimum wages.
Immediately after the ordinance passed, both Uber...
Like, what value do the non-drivers of the company add that warrants getting more than half of the cost of a ride? You know what I mean? What did he say? Somebody, what did that guy say? He's like, somebody pays $67 for a ride and he gets $23 of it. What did the people who are not the driver do to deserve most of the money?
And Lyft said they would stop operating in Minneapolis.
Like they would still be, if everything was the exact same, their business model was the exact same, but just gave a bigger cut, you know what I mean, to the drivers, they would still be making pure profit because the drivers provide everything. You don't need to buy a fleet of cars. They have a car. Like, you don't need to maintenance your fleet, you know, like, because they do it.
May 1st, the day the increases take effect. Uber spokesman Josh Gold.
What we saw in other markets is if you raise rates too high, you may be making more for each individual trip. Because demand's going to go down, you'll actually be making less on an hourly basis.
Are you really going to leave on May 1st if this doesn't change?
That's one, that's cap. And two, good riddance. Let's see.
Yes.
Bye.
Gold pointed to the company's decision to leave.
Bye. The mayor of Minneapolis is all like, oh no, what is? But you know, the people in Minneapolis rely on these jobs. Think about what you're saying. Why is it that people in your city rely on these gig economy ass jobs?
Leave Austin, Texas in 2016.
Like, and how many of them, like, that's not their only job. They also have a regular job, you know, or like a non-Uber job. Like,
after that city passed a driver fingerprinting requirement, it only returned when the state passed a law preempting the city. But Uber and Lyft have backed down from threats to leave elsewhere.
I really hope we can continue to work with drivers and policymakers in Minneapolis to continue to stay. But, you know, if it doesn't make sense to operate a business, we won't operate a business.
Bye.
The day after.
Here's the thing. If your business can't afford to pay a living wage, then your business should fucking fail. Sorry. You need to rethink your fucking business model. Your strategy is all fucking incorrect, all out of whack. If you cannot afford to pay your workforce a living wage, you should fucking fail. You should fail.
Minneapolis.
Sounds like you need to downsize. Why did you expand so much then? That sounds like irresponsible, you know. That sounds like you're being irresponsible as a company.
Passed its ordinance, the state released a study of the rideshare industry. It found Minnesota drivers are mostly black male immigrants, many living in low-income households. The study also found that drivers would make the equivalent of minimum wage in Minneapolis plus car expenses if they were paid 89 cents per mile and 49 cents per minute. Those rates are lower than the city ordinance, but driver pay would still increase about 10%. And at those levels, Uber and Lyft say they could stay in the market.
Fuck off.
On a recent afternoon near Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport, drivers waiting for customers.
Like, here's the thing. You don't have a choice. You have to. Like, you're telling, I do not believe you that you are just going to cut out the whole of Minneapolis from your fucking company. Like, I do not believe you. There's no way. Your shareholders are going to be like, what the fuck? What do you mean? An entire fucking city like Minneapolis? That's crazy. I don't believe you. You're definitely going to shape up. You're definitely going to fucking adjust because you have to. Sorry, like, what?
Expressed mixed feelings.
In order to keep the job, you need to keep the companies in the city. We need something they're happy and we're happy between the study and the city.
I don't think the rates that Minneapolis is giving worth Uber living. No, I don't think so. If they can work something out, fine, but I don't think it's worth Uber living.
95% of all Minnesota rideshare trips.
Like, you have to ask yourself, why do you rely, like, oh my God. Oh, how come so many jobs are like this? How come I can't afford to live here or to live generally without, working at another job and this one on the side? Why are we so reliant on these huge companies that are fucking making fucking insane amounts of profit? Insane amounts of profit. The profit margins are so large. I just don't believe you, and I don't fucking care. I feel nothing when I hear you whining about like, oh, we won't be able to operate. Like, suck a fucking fat one. You should fail then. You should fail then.
Again in the Twin Cities. So a departure from the metropolitan Minneapolis-St. Paul area would effectively end the app's presence in the state. And that's prompted concern among policymakers on both sides of the aisle.
Senator Dornick is
Lawmakers are trying to finalize legislation before May 1st that would both satisfy drivers and keep the companies operating here. Meanwhile, the Minneapolis City Council has said it may...
Sure, Taryn, but that's the thing is we're talking like that guy gave an example earlier, right? $67 for a ride and he got $23 out of it. It's just like that was the number that he was mentioned in this video. You know, like what did Uber do to deserve more than half of the cost of that ride? What did they do? Like the upkeeping of the servers, like the staff that they have at corporate, like what? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's it. Nothing. The value is created by the driver who supplies the vehicle, one, you have to buy that vehicle and you have to pay for upkeep, which is expensive. And also, you know, not to mention our fucking infrastructure in North America is shit. So how many fucking potholes do you run over each day while you're on the job working for Uber and Lyft? You know what I'm saying? Like, how much does it cost you to work for Uber, work for Lyft? You know what I mean? Like, there's all of these questions. So it's like, I feel nothing for them. Like, I feel nothing for them. They have 100% have the ability to pay their workers, the people who are creating the value in their company, a fair share of the profit that they generate directly with their work.
Reconsider its ordinance as soon as this week. But no matter what happens, the situation in Minnesota is being watched closely, says Cornell University's Andrew Wolf.
What Uber and Lyft are doing in Minneapolis is not new. There are pushes in other cities, and I think Minneapolis is kind of a perfect place for them to make a stink because it is a bigger city where this would have an impact, but it's not such a big city that it would really, impact their bottom line. They are trying to make a big show out of Minneapolis in order to try to stop these other efforts from moving forward.
If Uber and Lyft do leave, other rideshare companies
Only a neoliberal looks at a car-dependent population held hostage by an app eroding workers' rights and thinks the solution is not to challenge that. The solution is obvious, but not capitalist. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like when the mayor gets up and says like, oh, so many Minneapolis, citizens, so many, citizens of our city rely on this app to get by. It's like, okay, like let's unpack that.
Now to fill the gap. But until then, drivers like Matthew McGlory are weighing their options. He's starting a job with a property management company this week.
Drivers aren't leaving. The cars that we drive aren't going anywhere, right?
Yeah.
They're saying they want to leave.
And I don't believe them. I don't believe you. Like, I just don't.
In the spirit of true partnership.
I don't believe them, but even, like I said, even if they do leave, good. Then, hey, let capitalism do its thing, right? Hey, any capitalism enjoyers? Like, isn't that what the fucking free market is supposed to do? What competition is supposed to do? It's almost like it doesn't. You know what I mean? It's almost like it doesn't. And the only time that it does is when the people step in, when government steps in and says, hey, you, stop fucking hogging up everything and paying the workers, hogging up the entire market and paying the workers nothing. Do you see? Like, the only time capitalism does the thing that it's supposed to do with competition is when you have like bills being, like legislation being threatened. That's it.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Fred DeSam Lazaro in the Twin Cities.
Fred's reporting is a partnership with...
we can't say things... No, let's not say things like that. Violence. Come on. Taxi companies would be happy. That's what I'm saying. It's like, oh no, I guess the taxis will get like that have always existed. You know what I mean? Are gonna need to fucking fill the void, and it sounds like they will. You know, like it's so stupid. Get fucked, Uber and Lyft. Like holy shit, get fucked. All right, let's keep it moving. How are we doing on time? Yeah, let's because you guys, I know that we're all joking and we have our fun here, but let's not get my channel, you know what I mean? Let's also consider, how it affects, that's it. That's all I'm saying. Let's see. Let's keep it moving. Trump says abortion. Okay, we'll look at this before we look at Trump. Let's look at this. Brandon plans to cancel student loan debt. 23 million Americans may be impacted. May. Huge emphasis on may. President Joe Biden announced on Monday plans to ease student debt that would benefit at least 23 million Americans, addressing a key issue for young voters whose support he needs as he seeks re-election in November. The plans, which the Democratic president detailed in Madison, Wisconsin, include canceling up to $20,000 of accrued and capitalized interest for borrowers regardless of income, which Biden's administration estimates would eliminate the entirety of that interest for 23 million borrowers. Progressive voters, whom Brandon hopes will support him against Republican challenger Donald Trump, have long urged the White House to address student loan debt. Brandon's administration has taken a string of actions despite the U.S. Supreme Court blocking his initial plan last year. So this is why I feel nothing. Oh, cool. You know what I mean? Guess what? Everybody's changed their mind about how they feel about Biden, and everybody's going to vote for Biden now. Oh, cool. You won back the progressive youth vote. Like, no. No, like you're mentioning it here. Like we've had this conversation before. You know what I mean? I'll believe it when I see it. One, but two, it's got to go through a process of open forum before it even goes to Congress. And where if it doesn't die in Congress, it's dying in the Senate. Like executive order, mod check, pausers, like. Dog, how badly do you want the youth vote? How badly? Because obviously we all know all of this is just because we're in election season. But like, how badly do you want those voters? How badly? And also, remember, we're talking about 23, which is huge, right? But how many Americans in America have fucking student loan debt? Come on. The issue remains high on the agenda of younger voters, many of whom have concerns about Brandon's foreign policy on the war in Gaza, you don't fucking say, and fault him for not achieving greater debt forgiveness. Republicans have called Biden's student loan forgiveness approach an overreach of his authority and an unfair benefit to college-educated borrowers. While like they care. Like, it's so funny how like the GOP will suddenly care about fairness. You know what I mean? Like, oh, but what about the people who already paid back their shit? Well, you know what? They shouldn't have had to. They shouldn't have had to. They should never have had to pay in the first place. Like, sorry, like that sucks. But because, you're like, well, sorry, we can't abolish slavery because that would be fair to all the slaves who died in the past. Like, stop. Yeah, any PPP loan enjoyers? Yeah, who raise your hand if you got a PPP loan, right? Oh my God, dude. The issue remains high on the agenda of younger voters, many of whom have concerns about Biden's foreign policy on the war in Gaza and fault him for not achieving greater debt forgiveness. Republicans have called Brandon's student loan forgiveness approach an overreach of his authority and an unfair benefit to college-educated borrowers, while other borrowers received no such relief. So fucking stupid. Everybody's so stupid. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Brandon's new plans include automatically canceling debt for borrowers who are eligible for certain forgiveness programs, who entered repayment decades ago, who enrolled in low financial value programs, or who are experiencing hardship. Yo, chat, raise your hand if you have student loan debt and you're experiencing hardship. Yo, let me get a show of hands. Like, what do you mean? Any hardship experiencers? Like, what? I'm European, so no. Okay, original Gengar. Okay, you're gonna come in here and just flex on us Americans? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. The hardship thing still, yes? Okay, all right. Solidarity. Oh, fucking hell, man. This relief can be life-changing, Brandon said in Madison, just as the total solar eclipse in North America was gracing the region. Coincidence? Coincidence? No. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of Brandon's plan. All right? It's all part of it. It's all connected. That's right. Folks, I will never stop delivering student loan relief for hardworking Americans. It's for the good of the economy, which is really funny to say. I will never stop delivering student loan relief, because like, when did you deliver on student loan relief? And you haven't even and you're only announcing this now. Like it still has to go through a whole bunch of fucking, chutes and ladders. It's got to jump through a whole bunch of fucking hoops, I mean to say, before it can fucking even happen. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what? He added that if he is reelected in November's presidential election, he would push hard to make community college free, which is like, let's do a little flashback thing, right? Like, cue the little animation where everything gets blurry and like, smears into like a flashback, and it's like lighter, there's like a lighter filter on it, sepia tone or some shit. The year is 2020. Okay, there's a whole bunch of people. There's like 1,000 fucking people running for the Democratic ticket. All right, every single one of them on the stage, there are a lot of them, but every single one of them says at the very least, that they promise a public option for healthcare. Public option. Did we get a public option? No. Now, also, every single person on that stage also said that they would make community college free. Did that happen? No. No, that didn't happen. Also, everybody on that stage also made huge promises about fracking. How did that turn out? How did fracking turn out? How many new oil pipelines? How many, how much more digging for oil did the Brandon administration okay in the last 4 years? Like, dog, this is meaningless. This is so meaningless to me. Because it's like, you're going to push hard? Dog, you've been the president for 4 fucking years. This time, I'm actually going to do it, Jack. This time, we're actually going to do this shit. And it's so funny how all the promises that you got in 2020 have all now disappeared, and the entire Democratic Party has moved all the way to the right. Now, all the promises you are getting are fucking like this, I guess. Supporters of U.S. President... Oh, this is a caption. If the latest plans are finalized following a public comment period, okay? This is right here. I'm going to read that again. If the latest plans are finalized, first, following a public comment period, they would take effect as early as this fall, White House effect as early as this fall, White House spokesperson Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters in a call detailing the plans. Combined with the administration's previous actions, they would benefit more than 30 million Americans. Okay, that's okay, whatever. U.S. Senator Bill Cassidy, the top Republican on the Senate Education panel, which is like a Republican on the education panel is like, it's like almost an oxymoron, right? Said such loan schemes simply transfer the cost of the debt onto others. Since when do you care about things like that? One, you don't care. Classic Republican doesn't actually believe in any of the things that they fucking say. Since when have you fucking cared about anything like that? Asshole, shut the fuck up. Two, you love the economy so much, you love the stock market so much, I need you to imagine how hard that line is going to go upward when you erase student debt as a concept in this country. Do you know how much more spending people will be doing? Do you know how many more families people will start? Do you know how many more businesses people will start? Like, it's so fucking ridiculous. This is an unfair ploy to buy votes. Oh my God. Okay. Such is the nature of election season. Shut the fuck up. This is like, shut up. Yeah, dude, it is. Yes, it's election season. So they're doing all this thing where they give you a bunch of little fucking, bunch of little bullshit to be like, hey, look at all the stuff that I did yet. And they cram it all in right at the very end, right before the buzzer. Right before November, November. That way you can you remember all the things that they do. That way you maybe vote for them again. That's how this works. Yes, but you don't fucking get to say that. You fucking Republican demon, you. You piece of shit. You do the same thing, and also you don't actually care about fairness. You don't care about debt. You don't care about any of these things. You don't care. You don't care about loan schemes. Like, you don't care about any of these things. Spare me the fucking bullshit. Fuck. Dude, today, the administration has said it has approved $146 billion in student debt relief for 4 million Americans. As of June 2023, approximately 43.4 million student loan recipients had $1.63 trillion in outstanding loans, according to the federal student aid website. We're delivering as much relief as possible for as many borrowers as possible, as quickly as possible, U.S. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona said. Brandon has vowed to continue pushing debt relief to as many borrowers as possible following the Supreme Court's decision blocking his earlier plan to cancel hundreds of billions of dollars in debt. And administration officials said they studied the 6-3 ruling in crafting the new plans. Other administration officials were set to tout the new plans in events across the United States on Monday, including Vice President Kamala Harris in Philadelphia. Get weekly. Okay, that's the end. It's very frustrating. Very, 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 very frustrating. Here's this article for you. Let's now check in with our big, beautiful orange boy and see what he has to say about abortion now. Look at this shit.
The states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both. And whatever they do.
Dude, I love seeing Republicans squirm and like fight amongst themselves. I love it. It feels so great. Lindsey Graham all pissed off and shit. No, actually, we want to ban it at the federal level. Meh, I'm Lindsey Graham. Meh. Like, this is so good. Also, like, this man is the number one best at reading the room. Okay, like if he's good at anything, he's good at reading the room. He knows that abortion is a fucking loser for the Republicans. But so many fucking goofballs just can't help, but they just need to die on that hill, which is fine. I would like them to die on that hill. You know what I mean? I would love for the Republicans to lean into, anti-choice policy and fuck up their chances at election because of how unpopular that is. But this guy right here, this is proof. You know what I mean? He knows how to read the room. He knows that it's a loser. It's a loser. So he's like, actually, I states' rights. I'm still about the states' rights.
Side must be the law of the land. In this case, the law of the state.
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump said on Monday that abortion laws should be determined by U.S. states, but stopped short of proposing a national ban, an effort seen as a bid to boost his chances in the November election. In a video posted on his social media platform, the former president said he supported exceptions for rape, incest, and to protect the life of the mother. He also reiterated that he supports the availability of in vitro fertilization.
Which, all of these things are proof that they don't believe in anything that they say. Like, this is just, Republicans, or well, not all Republicans, but, in this case, specifically Donald Trump, trying to do what he can to keep the evangelical base. You know what I'm saying? He needs that evangelical vote. He needs that shit. But he knows that it's a fucking loser on the national level, that abortion, access to abortion is very popular, even to fucking Republicans. Independents, Republicans, everybody understands that they like access to abortion. They fucking need it. But the thing is, you can't square, it doesn't make sense. It's not ideologically consistent. If you fucking, are okay with IVF, or if you're okay with saying, making exemptions in the case of rape and incest, which obviously those are big reasons why abortion should be 100% allowed. How did you even get in here? How is this thing even able to post? That account is made today. It should not have been able to post in here. The defenses are down. I need to maybe take a look at the Posada bot stuff, because that shouldn't have happened. They shouldn't be allowed to post. Yeah, because I don't want you chatting in here if your account is 2 weeks old. Period. What's up, Bluglow?
But Trump did not back a national ban to prohibit abortions beyond a number of weeks into a pregnancy, disappointing some religious and conservative backers who had hoped he would pursue national limits should he return to the White House. Trump had previously signaled support for an abortion ban beyond 15 weeks, but on Monday said, quote, "Remember, we must also win elections." A call for a national ban could have hurt Trump's chances in the 6 or 7 U.S. states likely to determine the outcome of November's presidential race.
He knows that.
Overall, 57% of Americans think abortion should be legal in most or all cases, a March Reuters Ipsos poll found. While Trump's statement
Good night,
on
nothing
Monday
worth. Thanks for hanging. See you next time.
aimed to carve out a political middle ground, it drew criticism from both Democrats who favor abortion rights and anti-abortion groups on the right, underscoring the divisiveness around the issue. November's presidential election, which pits Trump against Democratic President Joe Biden, is the first since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022, which had given women the constitutional right to have an abortion. 3 of the conservative justices who voted to strike down Roe, which had stood for nearly 50 years, were appointed by Trump. Alluding to those justices, Trump took credit for the Supreme Court's overturning of the landmark decision. In response to Trump's video, Biden on Monday issued a statement saying, quote, "Trump is scrambling. He's worried that since he's the one responsible for overturning Roe, the voters will hold him accountable."
That's true.
In
No, that's true. Brandon is right. That he is scrambling. Republicans are scrambling, and I fucking love to see it. It's, they're pathetic. They have nothing. They have zero. They don't believe in anything that they say they believe in. They're fucking demons. He's fucking right. Shit.
Well, I have news for Donald. They will.
Donald.
You sound like
All right, let's see. All right, I guess we can move on into international news. Oh, Nori redeemed hydrate, everybody. Make sure to drink some water. Last week, we saw the funniest headline ever. Janet Yellen to China, stop making so much stuff. Coolest headline ever. This one is also pretty cool. Yellen enjoys a beer made with American hops at a Beijing brewery. Like, to highlight American products, like, in China? It's okay. Let's go.
You sound like you're from Australia.
I am from Australia, yeah.
Okay, what part of Australia?
I'm from Melbourne.
Great city.
Originally, yeah.
I saw my first Australian rules football match.
Oh, really? Very good. Cheers. So welcome to GA.
Yeah.
Cheers. Chug, pussy. Chug that shit.
We have different things, but they're both.
You're representing America right now.
I've got the IPA and I've got the lager. I can taste the American hops.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tastes like freedom. That's right. Something you guys wouldn't understand here in China.
Yeah, all brewed fresh here in Beijing, so we've been going for 12 years now.
12 years?
Yeah, 12 years. So we're one of the early craft breweries in Beijing and in China.
I can't believe American diplomats are drinking communism beer. That's crazy. This is fucked up.
Yeah, and we kind of brew something that's authentically Chinese. We use a lot of local Chinese ingredients, but then we also use, a bunch of imported ingredients and brew really modern styles as well. So we have kind of something for everybody. Yeah.
She's like, I don't want you to talk about all the Chinese ingredients. I want you to talk about all the American ingredients that you use here. But this beer's American though, right? Yeah, that's great, but this beer is American, right? This one that I'm drinking right now? Okay, good, cool. All right. Speaking of China, we briefly looked at this, or brushed over this in the headline. Let's look at this 30-second blurb from Associated Press. Philippines military joins multinational naval training in South China Sea. Gotta protect fucking Chinese people's right to fucking American hops, American beer, you know what I'm saying? That's right. That's right. Look at that communism. But you didn't consider this. Okay, this is just like a bunch of cool footage. All right, whatever. Who cares? Moving on. Germany deploys combat-ready combat unit to Lithuania. Combat-ready combat unit. See, when you say combat, oh my god, that is loud. When you say combat unit, I already automatically assume that they're combat ready, considering they're a combat unit. But I'm learning. Your military presence is proof of German reliability, which is very, very.
Das ist Beweis. Das ist Beweis der deutscher
Zuverlässigkeit. Which is very, very
sehr, sehr wichtig für
important for us and the whole region. Okay, I don't really know much of the context. German government sent a combat-ready and independently capable combat unit to be deployed in Lithuania on Monday. The brigade should be operational by 2027. German news agency DPA reported a permanent presence of around 4,800 soldiers and around 200 civilian Bundeswehr, or German army. Wait, there's civilian German army? What is a civilian German army? I guess it's like maybe like National Guard. Members who can bring their families with them is planned. Huh. All right. Let's look at this from NBC News on tensions rising between Mexico and Ecuador over embassy incidents. So we brushed over this as well, but let's look at it a little more closely.
Tonight, Mexico breaking diplomatic ties with Ecuador after an unprecedented use of force.
Police in Ecuador's capital, Quito, raiding the Mexican embassy over the weekend and arresting former Ecuadorian Vice President Jorge Glass, who had been granted political asylum by Mexico. Video shared by Mexico's foreign minister shows the moment Roberto Canseco, a Mexican diplomat, tries to stop the caravan with the VP from driving away and is tackled by police outside the embassy.
¿Cómo? Delincuentes.
How is it that criminals raided the Mexican embassy in Ecuador?
La embajada de México en Ecuador. Esto no es
This is not
posible.
possible. It can't be.
No
It's
puede
madness.
ser. Es una locura.
Mexican officials say the officers entered by force, jumping over the wall, forcing the gate, and hurting Mexican personnel.
México reitera su condena por la violación de la inmunidad.
Mexico repeats its condemnation of the violation of the immunity of its embassy in Quito.
de su embajada en Quito y la agresión a su personal.
Glass, who was moved to a high-security prison in Guayaquil on Sunday, arrived at the Quito embassy in December after he was indicted on corruption charges he claimed were politically motivated. Now some residents in Ecuador concerned this stunning arrest is yet another political play.
I think it was politically motivated because the president's popularity is decreasing.
Ecuador's foreign minister
What is an, I mean, I think I know what they mean, but like, man, what does an unpolitically motivated, like what, like raiding of an embassy look like?
Saying that there was a risk of imminent escape and that Mexico violated the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries when they gave Glass asylum.
That's just, embassies are sovereign. Like, no, that's not how that works.
Just 3 months ago, the president of Ecuador stressing the importance of the two nations working together to fight crime in the region to Telemundo's Julio Vaqueiro.
You think you can work together? We have to. We have a similar problem, and I think by uniting our forces, we can resolve it in a better way. Speaking in global language.
But now, that relationship seemingly shattered. The U.S. State Department condemning any violation of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, writing on X, "We encourage our partners Mexico and Ecuador to resolve their differences in accord with international norms."
International norms? Bro, you just saw the fucking an airstrike, the Israeli airstrike of the fucking Iranian embassy in Syria. Like, think the United States gives a shit about norms? That's crazy.
On Sunday, Mexican diplomats returning back home to an outpour of support. As Mexican officials say, their embassy in Ecuador will remain closed indefinitely.
All right, Guad joins us tonight from our studios in Miami. Guad, this is such a strange story. Do we know if there'll be repercussions from Mexico? Because it seems clear from your reporting, Ecuador violated international norms that treat embassies as sovereign pieces of property.
You could call it norms or maybe laws. Like these are international laws, right? Like these are laws that everybody got together and agreed upon. Like what?
That's correct, Tom. So what we know, this morning, the Mexican chancellor announced that 29 nations around...
I mean, honestly, that's funny because, like, it's probably a more accurate way to refer to international law in this day and age is as international norms. Like, they're international, like, suggestions. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we would prefer happen.
World have spoken in favor.
That's about it, though, because we're not going to do anything to back it up.
Happened at the Mexican embassy, including some countries from the European Union. She specifically said that the leaders of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Bolivia have declared themselves personally in favor of Mexico. And this is going to be key. She announced that the community of Latin American and Caribbean states have called for a meeting for all of the chancellors of the members of that bloc to meet tomorrow. Both Mexico and Ecuador are members of that bloc. So tomorrow's meeting will be specifically to discuss what happened at the embassy, Tom.
Guad, you know, our viewers at home may be thinking about Ecuador, and we had that major story that you were covering for us as well, where an entire newscast was taken hostage live on the air. What exactly is the state of play in Ecuador right now?
Right. So there was a lot of violence that escalated last year because of what was happening inside of the prisons and a lot of the criminals or the organized crime groups in Ecuador that had gained a lot of power. So what happened is the new president came in, and that president cracked down on a lot of the prisons because a lot of these criminals were organizing what was happening outside from inside of the prisons. So we know that the president has taken executive actions to crack down on organized crime. That has been happening. And also, part of his administration's work has been to crack down on politicians that they have found to be guilty of specific charges. So the vice president was someone that was indicted when the new president came into power. And at some point, that vice president went to the Mexican embassy, asked for political asylum, and had remained inside of the embassy. But the government of Ecuador said that they had a right to go in there because they felt like the Mexican government had violated some type of law by interfering with what was happening in Ecuador. So it's a very complicated situation. Now, the
Oh, I'm muted? What the fuck? God damn it. I was just wiggling. I just wanted to show you how I could wiggle. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. I was just wiggling for you. Fuck.
They felt of the embassy, but the government of Ecuador said that they had a right to go in there because they felt like the Mexican government had violated some type of law by interfering with what was happening in Ecuador. So it's a very complicated situation. Now, the Mexican government, Tom, has said that they will take this to the international court and to the United Nations so that they can take the next step as we all figure out what happens next, Tom.
Yeah, clearly it's not the last we've heard about this incident. Okay, Guad, we thank you for that. Coming up, running.
Clearly, it's not the last we've heard about this. Clearly, it's not the last we've heard. Oh, like, okay, not that was like a weird way of saying that. Okay, that just like broke my brain for a second. That just like broke my brain for a second. All right, how are we doing on ads or time? Both. We have 6 minutes and 34 seconds exactly until the ads are upon us. Will I be able to read this? No. 9 to 11 minutes. 9:11? Monko. All right. What time is it? 2 a.m. already? Fuck. All right, we got a lot to look at. Next up, we're gonna start off. We're gonna get into our Israel-Palestine coverage for the day. Thousands of Israelis in Jerusalem to push for return, or thousands of Israelis rally in Jerusalem to push for return of hostages. We'll go from Associated Press. We'll go from there to this. Palestinians returning to Khan Yunis find an unrecognizable city. Israeli forces withdraw from southern Gaza as ceasefire talks resume. From PBS, UN Security Council to UN Security Council to hold a private meeting to discuss membership for Palestine. We also have the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu promising to carry out a Rafah ground offensive. If we have time, we'll look at this. Why Germany is complicit in Israel's genocidal war. And then we'll do other stuff. We'll look at the J. Cole apologized. We have J. Cole update. We'll look at that. We have new Urban Rescue Ranch. We have new Burger Dude. We got lots of fun stuff that we'll do later as well. But first, before we continue on, chat, we have to run an ad break because it's been about an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Switch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. I'm seeing Raven Payne, Atterant, Original Gengar, Keeper Fino, Union Ice, Sleepy Cat Plays. I'm seeing a bunch of people with no sub badge. If you are one of the people in the chat that have the means to, please do consider supporting the stream by either gifting one of those chatters, lovely chatters, a gifty, or maybe throwing some bits or a dono. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. Excuse me. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you did, I appreciate it. But we're back. Let's get back into it. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's go now into our Israel-Palestine updates for the evening, and then we'll get into some fun stuff after that. Tofu, why do you never call out the injustice of mob rule? Yeah. What if I told you I'm pro-injustice? All right, let's get into this. So we can do fun stuff sooner rather than later. Let's just get right into it. Associated Press, a piece from Associated Press. We got PBS NewsHour piece, a couple of things from Al Jazeera. Let's go. Palestinians returning to Khan Yunis find an unrecognizable city.
Israel says it has wrapped up its operation in the Gaza Strip's second largest city. The Israeli army says it pulled out its final ground troops from Khan Yunis on Sunday. This is a city in the southern Gaza Strip that Israel identified early on in the war as a major Hamas stronghold. Now, the Israeli military says it inflicted heavy damage on Hamas during 4 months of fighting. It says it killed hundreds or thousands of fighters and also caused significant damage to the group's underground tunnel network. But this operation,
which is like ended up, according to the Israelis as well, ended up not being as big of a thing as like the Al Shifa hospital. Like, yeah, there was actually, there actually wasn't a headquarters under there.
Clearly has taken a heavy toll. Thousands of Palestinians, displaced Palestinians.
I mean, thousands. We're talking about millions, sir. Millions of displaced Palestinians. Also, like, you want to talk about, the number that Israel is giving? According to Bibi Netanyahu's numbers, 13,000 Palestinian fighters have been killed. According to Bibi Netanyahu, at the beginning of this month, he said 13,000 Palestinian fighters had been killed. And that there were a total of 26,000 deaths in Gaza. So 13,000 out of 26,000, which this is a huge undercounting. Huge undercounting. We're already in the 40s if we're going to be as accurate as possible. But the official number currently is still 33 to 35,000. So, but even with these numbers here, according to Bibi Netanyahu himself, 13,000 out of 26,000 were Palestinian fighters. In what world is this good? In what world is this ratio okay? Hello? Something's happening here. It's like, this is their own numbers and it's undercounted. It's actually worse than this. But even if this were the truth, this is so bad. Holy fuck. Even if this were accurate, 100% accurate. What the fuck?
To return home today, streaming into the city on foot. Many of them say they don't even recognize the place. There is heavy damage across the city. Thousands of buildings were destroyed or damaged, and there was scene after scene of people going back to where their homes used to be situated, digging through the rubble in search of clothes and other small items. Now, this does not mean...
Talking with lesbian hostiles who works in an industry around disaster. I was not in that conversation. I was asleep. Industry around disaster relief, and echoed the concern, the real death toll. I mean, yeah, so I always bring up the Human this. This is the number that I like to go off. When was this? This is from 5 days ago. The Euromed Human Rights Monitor, right? So this is their latest numbers from 5 days ago. Killed 41,496. And there's the little asterisk. You see the asterisk? The killed number includes those presumed dead under the rubble. So if somebody's been missing and hasn't been recovered after a strike on their home, they're included in this, even though they technically haven't been confirmed as dead because they can't find the body or it was obliterated, or whatever. They include those numbers here. So this is the more accurate number that you can expect the rest of the world's numbers, the media's numbers, to catch up with over time. Yeah, and also worth noting that just under 38,000 are civilians out of this number. 15,000, over 15,000 are children. And when this guy was just saying, this fucking doofus right here was saying thousands of Palestinians have been displaced. No, dog. We're talking about the entirety of the fucking Palestinian population, unless they live in Rafah, where now everybody is packed into. Like, so yeah, these are the numbers that I like to go off of because in my humble opinion, they're more accurate. So here's this for you. They only post these. For some reason, they're not as active on Twitter. They only post this on Instagram. I see them posted on Twitter, but like they don't keep it up to date. So I don't know what's up with that, but that.
War. But it is an end to a significant stage of the war. And the question is, what happens now? Israel is still vowing to press ahead to Rafah, the southern city on the Egyptian border. It says this is Hamas's final stronghold.
I meant more will die from what Israel has done to Gaza as healthcare, water, and food will be an issue for decades. So, oh yeah, oh absolutely, for sure. Israel can't stop doing a genocide. They made one inevitable to finish that point. Right. We could listen. Yeah, you're correct. Everything could completely come to a halt, and all of the aid and that is needed and more could be pouring in. There will be negative, to say they're negative effects seems like an understatement, but like the negative effects of this past 6 months will, like Celtic said, reverberate for fucking decades. And not even considering like on a more personal, on a more micro level, like the PTSD that people already experienced living in Gaza pre-October 7th. Now losing your whole family, losing a limb, what that does to people. And also all the crops that have been raised, all the olive trees that have been burned, etc., etc.
And it cannot complete the war without destroying the Hamas forces there. But there is significant international opposition. Over 1 million Palestinians have huddled in Rafah after fleeing fighting in other parts of Gaza. They say there's no other place to go. At the same time, there are ceasefire talks going on in Cairo. Yet another round of these ceasefire talks. So far, no signs of progress. So while we have the end to one phase of the fighting, two important issues, the future of Rafah and the future of the ceasefire, and ultimately, when this war will end, all remain in flux.
Flux you, bitch. Okay, keeping it moving. We're going to go now to PBS NewsHour. Israeli forces withdraw from southern Gaza as ceasefire talks resume.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today said he set a date for the invasion of Rafah in southern Gaza, where 1.4 million people have sought shelter.
That comes as
Which, like, I don't like. That's another instance, like, yet again, where Bibi Netanyahu is spitting in the face of Joe Biden, spitting in the face of, you know, the State Department, sitting in the face of the United States, biting the hand that feeds it, if you will. Another fucking instance. Just saying, like, oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. One, I know that what I'm about to say is the exact opposite of what the United States has been calling for publicly. But I'm going to do it anyway, because the United States is not going to do anything about it.
Hostage and ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas again appear to be at an impasse tonight as senior leaders meet in Cairo. Meanwhile, some Gazans return to another southern Gaza city, the scene of brutal fighting and destruction. Nick Schifrin begins our coverage.
They returned by the thousands, Gazans hoping to find their homes. But Han Yunis is unrecognizable. It is destroyed, full of debris, and his former residents devastated.
You hear that noise? I am always going to point out that noise. I don't ever want you to not understand this.
It is destroyed, full of debris, and his former residents devastated.
I will always point that out every time we see coverage from on the ground in Gaza.
Houses are flattened like pancakes. Apartment blocks are gutted into carcasses. This was once home to 500,000 people. Today, it has been left to the scavengers, like Hanan. She tries to salvage anything from the ruins of her house. There is no construction crew, only a stray cat who, like her, has lost everyone and everything.
No words can describe my pain. Our memories, our dreams, our childhood, and our family all are gone. I didn't find anything to take out from the rubble. We didn't take anything when we fled.
Around every turn, there are more ruined roads, more details of deprivation. Sitting in the shadow of his former...
Yo, Jaina, thank you for 22 months. Let's go. Thank you.
Tofu LCKW in love.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Former home and his former life.
What's up, Jaina?
Ishmael told us today he'd lived here for 4 decades.
My feelings? My life is ruined. My life is destroyed and ruined. Everything from the past 40 years is gone. What can we say? Only God is sufficient.
But Han Yunis is also the home to Hamas leaders, and Hamas videos show gunmen fighting Israeli troops from the ruins of homes.
Oh, so that's, why didn't you say so sooner? That's totally fine then. Completely level it. Yeah, whatever, dude. Totally cool then. Yeah, totally fine. Oh, yeah, okay.
This weekend, Han Yunis Israeli troops recovered the body of hostage Elad Katzir, kidnapped on October the 7th. And just today, an Israeli strike destroyed a Hamas rocket that misfired. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said the withdrawal from Han Yunis followed the dismantling of Hamas's military units.
Our forces are going to prepare for their follow-up missions. We will see such missions in the Rafah area.
Rafah's home to some 1.4 million displaced Gazans, and Israel has told U.S. officials it's preparing tents to move Gazans north from Rafah to Al-Mawasi and areas north of Han Yunis. But U.S. officials say Israel has not yet presented a full evacuation plan, even though today Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said a Rafah operation was on the calendar.
Victory requires entry into Rafah.
Like I said, spitting right in Joe Brandon's face.
And the elimination of the terrorist battalions there. It will happen. There is a date.
Today, State Department spokesman Matt Miller reiterated that the U.S. opposes a major ground invasion into Rafah regardless of Israeli evacuation plans.
I think it would, number one, harm all the more than 1.4 million Palestinians. It would hinder the delivery of humanitarian assistance. So we have made clear that we don't want to see that full-scale invasion in any event.
Or what? Or else what?
In the last few days, Israel has opened additional crossings, and today more than 415 trucks entered Gaza, the largest number since the war began. But the UN and U.S. are pushing for the number to increase to pre-war levels above 500.
It is not just important that they take initial steps to facilitate the increase of humanitarian assistance, but that increased flow of humanitarian assistance be sustained over time.
Increased humanitarian assistance is one of Hamas's demands on hostage negotiations. Regional officials tell me that CIA Director Bill Burns, Qatar's prime minister, and Israeli and Egyptian spy chiefs have created a new proposal that's gone to Hamas, in which Israel has softened its resistance to a Hamas request to let Gazans return to northern Gaza. But not.
Do you understand that that's the number one thing where they're like, oh, the Hamas's demands are just way ridiculous? That's the demand. Palestinian people should be allowed to return to their homes. Tell me how this is not ethnic cleansing again. Again, tell me how this isn't ethnic cleansing. What the fuck? Forced displacement. Hello? Hello?
Enough to expect an imminent breakthrough. What U.S. officials do fear is an attack by Iran in response to an Israeli strike in Damascus.
Any second now, Iran could do something crazy like strike an embassy, you know what I mean, or something. I don't know. Who would be crazy enough to do that? Not Israel, only Iran. I don't know.
They killed senior Iranian commanders.
And overnight, Israel launched a series of airstrikes into southern Lebanon, killing Ali Ahmed Hussein, one of Hezbollah's most senior commanders.
Yeah, and how many fucking Lebanese neighborhoods were laid to waste in order to get this one dude? How many fucking civilians were killed? I mean, do you know like the southern Lebanese like towns and neighborhoods? There's like so many of them are just completely fucking destroyed because of the rocket volleys.
In Beirut today, Hezbollah supporters mourned his death. U.S. officials fear Hezbollah or Iran itself could attack Israeli assets in the region.
Or Iran
or
itself.
Israel.
It's so fucking like the only Iran. Meanwhile, just chilling. Like there's conflicts with Hezbollah and Hamas, but Iran's name keeps getting brought up. Yes, arms, arms and stuff like that in the past. Yes. But like, how is that relevant here? Iran any second now could do something when the only fucking entity escalating tensions and violence in the region is fucking Israel, who committed an act of war against Iran and Syria by attacking the Iranian embassy in Syria. Who did that?
Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah today.
Israel doesn't want to release child and women prisoners because they know how they keep all their pedophiles entertained. I mean, listen.
Be certain, be sure, that the Iranian response to the targeting of the consulate in Damascus is definitely coming against Israel.
Today, Iran accused the U.S. of approving Israel's demand.
Like, that would be fully in their right. This is not me. I always have to say this stupid disclaimer shit. I'm not simping for fucking Iran. This is me saying that they would be in their right to respond to the act of escalation, the act of war that Israel committed against Iran. Like, they would be justified in a response, but they haven't, because they know that a greater conflict would fucking pop off. Like, the restraint.
Damascus strike. U.S. officials say they assured Iran in private messages that they did not know ahead of time. The U.S. has also warned Iran it would be held responsible if Iran or its proxies strike U.S. bases. Already,
like, what about when American proxies strike Iranian bases? Like how Israel struck Iran. Like, it's just stop. Stop. So fucking unserious. This country is so.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm
so frustrating. Gaza's unemployment rate increased from 45% in 2022 to 79% by the end of October after the October 7th terror attack on Israel. Well, I mean, now that's effectively 100%. Like, the bakeries and everything, all these things, most of them are closed. Oh, God, it's so fucking dark. All right, let's keep it moving. UN Security Council private meeting held to discuss membership for Palestine.
Re-challenge there from occupied East Jerusalem. Of
course, the fucking, like, the music, the little, like, opening, like, segment music part with the drums there, like, is stereo the way it's supposed to be, but the fucking announcer's audio, the, like, The pundit's audio is all the way in the left. Jesus Christ.
Challenge there from occupied East Jerusalem. Let's go live now and hear from Riyad Mansour, the Palestinian-American diplomat.
It is high time now for the state of Palestine, which was called for the establishment of two states in Resolution 181 in 1947 by the General Assembly. So it is the General Assembly, along with the Security Council, the international community, to accept and to invite.
Sound guy corrected it. It's me. I'm the sound guy. I did it with my fuck. Oh, you can't see right now. But above my, I did that. I did that.
Other state, which is the state of Palestine, to become a full member in the United Nations. After we have these two equal, full member in the United Nations, we open the door slightly in the direction of peace, and we hope that the Security Council, which is trusted in the maintenance of international peace and security, to allow for that door to open slightly in the direction of the implementation of the two-state solution, which requires the end of occupation and the independence of the state of Palestine. Today is a historic moment. I must congratulate Ambassador Vanessa from Malta, which we love immensely, the people and the leadership, that maybe a historic thing will be accomplished in the month of April. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was Riyad Mansour, Palestine's Palestinian UN ambassador. Let's head to the United Nations, speak to our correspondent there, Gabriel Elizondo. Talk us through a bit about what's happening in the chamber right now.
Well, nothing is happening in the Security Council chamber right now because they just met in a formality. They have now decided to continue this application process by Palestine for full UN membership. And the next step is at 3 o'clock, which is a little under 3 hours from now, the Security Council Committee on the new members will meet for the first time. And this will be the first time they meet. It'll be behind closed doors. There'll be no cameras inside, no live feed of it at all. And they will meet privately. And who is they? It's actually the 15 Security Council members that are also part of this committee. And they will begin discussing this application by Palestine for full UN membership. Now, what's interesting here is that the council has also decided that they want this process to move expeditiously, and they're saying that they're hoping that this is completed. When I say completed, I mean the Security Council discussions about this application by Palestine are completed by the end of April, so about another 3 weeks or so. In 2011, when Palestine last applied for full UN membership, the Security Council debated it for about 2 months. So they're looking to shorten that time frame right now. The big picture here is the Security Council will not ultimately decide. The Security Council will just ultimately have to get amongst themselves behind closed doors. And if they reach a consensus that the application should move forward, they will then announce that, and it will then go to the General Assembly for final ratification. It would need 2/3 in the General Assembly. By all accounts, Palestine has that. The issue now is, according to the UN Charter, it first has to be approved by the Security Council, and that is the process that is now taking place with this first closed-door meeting that we expect in about 3 hours from now, the first of potentially several closed-door meetings. Now, this is important, what I'm about to say, is that if one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council decides to veto this, it would be a veto, and it would not then go to the General Assembly. It would be over at that point. It's clear that the U.S. still does not support Palestine being a full UN member. We asked the
But that would be, listen. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, one. That's ridiculous. But if they really wanted to fucking put weight behind how, you know, the words that they say publicly so often, that, you know, they believe in a two-state solution, you know, regardless of how like unrealistic a two-state solution is anymore in the year 2024. If you really did support a Palestinian state of any kind, you would support UN membership. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Why don't you want that? That's weird.
Deputy U.S. Ambassador that a few hours ago. We said, has your position changed since 2011? He said, no, it has not changed. So, you know, so there are closed door meetings now. And the question is, can the rest of the council, when we think that a fair number of council members, we believe, already have said they support Palestine's full UN membership, are they able to convince the U.S. not to veto it and send it on to the General Assembly? That is really the big question right now.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say there about the United States member, because when we heard from Riyad Mansour there, albeit it was very brief, he seemed to be quite...
Why can't Palestine have Jews? Palestine historically had Jews for thousands of years. Jews should be able to live everywhere. Just like how Jews live happily in New York and in Los Angeles, like I was talking about earlier. Jews shouldn't need to be cast out of other places and given a place for them to go live. That seems a bit weird. Why don't you want Jews to live with you in your society? That's the thing, is Jews have lived with Muslims in Palestine forever. That's the thing, is that Zionists don't want Palestinian statehood, and they do not want, they want one state without Palestinians. The one state that we would want, that Palestinians want and should have, is one that where both Palestinians and Israeli Jews are both have equal representation under the same government, and they have the same rights, the same laws, they have the same courts that they get tried in to uphold those same laws that they both live under. The thing is, Zionists don't like that idea because they do a little bit of Holocaust revisionism and say that if they allow that to happen, they will be the minority again, and there will be another Holocaust, which is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, and Palestine has Jews and Christians. Not that it should matter, but you're correct in pointing it out. It is, Jews and Christians. Yeah. What's up, Spilled? Or good night, Spilled Bag of Ice. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time.
quite positive about where this is likely to go.
Yeah, he was, because this is a historic moment. I mean, he really knows that the U.S. has veto power. He knows that better than anybody, and the U.S.
No problem, it's her.
is certainly willing to use that veto power. They've shown that in ceasefire resolutions since October 7th. But listen, I mean, this is still a historic moment for Palestine, because this was officially the second time now that they have now gotten this far, at least, in this process at the UN for full UN membership. And it's important for them. And sure, it's clear the U.S. will potentially use their veto power here. But that doesn't mean that this is now not at the top of the agenda of the Security Council. It clearly is. And the fact that they want to resolve this in the next month or so shows how quickly they want to try to expedite this process.
Okay, thank you for explaining all that to us. Gabriel Elizondo there for us in...
Do we think they'll actually accept them? Well, the 5 permanent members of this UN Security Council have to say yeah. I don't know. I think the only nation that I know for sure doesn't want that, has said that they don't want that, like they said in this segment here, is the United States. The United States will open or publicly publicly supports and is currently a part of their foreign policy, at least on paper, that they recognize a Palestinian state, they recognize a two-state solution, whatever. But however, on top of that, they don't support them having representation in the United Nations, becoming a member of the United Nations, which is, like, to me, conflicting, very conflicting. Very conflicting. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's look at this freaking guy. Bibi Netanyahu promises to carry out Rafah ground offensive. And like I've already said multiple times tonight, like, essentially spit in the fucking face of Joe Brandon and the United States to bite the hand that feeds them, so to speak. Let's check it out from Al Jazeera.
Hello, welcome to the program. It's 18 GMT, and Israel's Prime Minister says a date has been set for his military's ground operation in Rafah in southern Gaza. That operation is what US President Joe Biden has previously called a red line. Benjamin Netanyahu says he's received a detailed update on the
red line, huh?
Talks.
Red lines seem like a thing where if you cross it, there's consequences, right? Usually when you say red lines, that's what you mean.
Underway in Cairo while reiterating threats of the looming offensive. Meanwhile, in southern Gaza, Israeli artillery fire has killed at least 8 Palestinians in Khan Yunis. Civilians returning to the city have found little to come back to, with many of their homes destroyed. And at the International Court of Justice in The Hague, Nicaragua has accused Germany of aiding and abetting genocide being perpetrated in Gaza by supplying weapons to Israel. Let's go straight to Rory Challens, who is in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, let's start with the ceasefire talks. What is the very latest you're hearing?
Well, I think there has been cautious optimism in the aftermath of those talks. Those talks broke up earlier with the delegates heading back to their respective seniors, taking a proposal that had been steered in large part by the United States. Now, the cautious optimism, I think, had primarily come from the Egyptians and the Qataris, with the Qataris saying that this proposal looked to be a kind of 3-phase deal, with some of it focused, or the first bit of it focused on humanitarian issues. The Egyptians saying that the two main sides, the Israelis and the Hamas, had agreed on the kind of broad proposals. But once you got beyond the Egyptians and the Qataris, I think that optimism has started to fade significantly. Hamas has been grumbling that the Israelis haven't really shifted on their long-standing insistence that the war goes on and that the Rafah operation will happen and that there will be no withdrawal, full-scale withdrawal from Gaza to allow rebuilding to take place. In fact, one Hamas official in Beirut has even said already that ceasefire proposal is being rejected by the group. Others are still saying that they're...
Oh my God, I just realized what they're fucking playing. Wait.
The Israelis are not particularly optimistic either. Yoav Gallant, who's the defense minister, has said that there are difficult decisions. And we have heard very recently from Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, who has been, I have to say, non-committal.
Right, as you say, we've just heard from him in the last hour or so. He is clearly putting pressure on these talks. What exactly has he said, Rory?
We're just casually fucking playing combat footage on the side.
Like pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu as well. There's pressure coming from the international community, most notably the United States, which has taken a much more active role in this round of negotiations than it has done in previous instances. And Netanyahu is under pressure from the far-right flanks of his own governing coalition. So yet again, those far-right flanks have restated their line in the sand.
What is this,
essentially,
democracy
which is that
now?
if
Right.
Benjamin Netanyahu signs up to a deal that they don't like, then they're going to torpedo his government. They're going to walk away from it and collapse the government, which would presumably preempt early elections, which the polls
Oh,
suggest.
Corinna, he's saying, Classic Banana Milk is saying that because democracy now is like infamous for just like showing insane shit without censoring it at all. Just like, this is just a straight up battle scene and somebody like gets obliterated. Here it is on the screen for you.
That Netanyahu would lose.
No warning.
Now, as you say, Netanyahu has come out with a statement on these talks. It's a non-committal one, but he has talked about the rafah operation. Let's hear exactly what he had to say just a short while ago.
Today I received a detailed report on the talks in Cairo.
He said, fuck Joe Biden. I don't give a fuck about your red lines. I spit on your red lines.
Working all the time to achieve our goals, which includes the release of all of our hostages and achieving complete victory over Hamas. This victory requires entry into Rafah and the elimination of the terror brigades there. It will happen. There is a date.
Yeah, well.
So what we understand is that...
So, like, what is the United States going to do? Like, what is Brandon's response? Like, this is so ridiculous. How weak can you really be? Holy fuck, dude.
Prompted by the far-right ministers, there is going to be a meeting.
Like, I'm afraid of Israel being a rogue state, right? And dragging the rest of the world into a fucking huge, World War III, essentially. But I also realize that if arms were cut off, if money and even non-defense aid was cut off, if all aid to Israel was cut off, Israel would have to realize that they are in no position to start a war without the backing of the United States.
Tomorrow in Israel of the war cabinets.
Yeah, without constant U.S. aid, Israel dissolves inside 1 month. Listen, they have universal health care. Like, they got all that. They're effectively a social democracy, right? They got like a bunch of fucking, they got all that you don't have here in the United States. If you're an American, that is.
Expanded group, which includes Smotrich and includes Ben Gvir. We can bet, are going to be putting pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu, at least to tailor whatever he signs up to, so that it's
yeah, Jaina. Terribly trained army. All they have is nukes and the threat of U.S. intervention, which is why I say what I say. Like, they would have to know exactly where they stand. If the United States cut off all fucking aid, it would be so Jover. Like I said, you are in no position to be starting a fucking war if you piss off the United States. But it's like, this would, however, obviously require the United States having some kind of a backbone. You know what I mean? Some kind of a spine of sorts. I don't know, man.
Their expectations, either that or not sign up to any deal at all. So this peace deal that has been talked about in Cairo is still very much hanging in the balance.
Indeed. OK, thank you for that. Rory challenged there for us in occupied East Jerusalem. Well, we can talk now to Patty Culhane. She's at the State Department in Washington, D.C., where we've just been getting some new lines coming from where you are. Washington saying it is still opposed to an Israeli ground operation in Rafah. So clearly a bit of a gap here, again, between what the U.S. is saying and what Israel is saying. Talk us through what you're hearing from the State Department.
Well, the briefing is ongoing. I was just in the room, and he began by trying to express all the positive steps that they think Israel is taking, opening up more border crossings and allowing more aid in. But at the same time, they said, Matt Miller, this spokesman for the State Department, said, we've seen this before. It just needs to continue. We'll be judging them on results. But he was asked about this date for the Rafah invasion, and he said that the U.S. to his...
Yeah, there's also this too. I see what you guys are talking about in the chat. This happened, remember? Yeah, nuke blaze, Hamas terror rocket, which, mind you, these terror rockets are like homemade and shit. You know what I mean? Like, they're dumb munitions. They are not guided. They just like shoot off in a general direction and maybe they hit something. I mean, we also, on top of that, we know that 98.5% of all munitions are shot down by Iron Dome, but whatever. This is pretty crazy and pretty telling. Hamas terror rocket hit Israel base that was storing up to 50 Jericho nuclear missiles, sparking huge blaze. Like, if this doesn't lay out specifically, like very clearly for you, like the like asymmetric nature of this, like, quote unquote conflict. You know what I mean? Like, bro, like a homemade rocket almost accidentally hit 50 fucking like Jericho nuclear missiles. I just, oh God. Fucking insane, dude. Listen, if the sun wants to rise over Israel 1,000 times, who am I to stop the sun? Oh, come on. Not targeted like Israel uses to assassinate aid workers, for example. Yeah. They're glorified pipe bombs. Yeah. Like, even the RPGs that we were seeing, like, they, like, for some reason, Al Jazeera was just like playing a slideshow of fucking footage of Hamas militants taking out IDF soldiers for some fucking reason. But you saw some RPGs in that footage that are like, those are largely homemade. Like, they make those out of scraps, like just metal around, like found in Gaza, because like a lot of things can't be shipped, you know what I mean, into Gaza. Like, yes, weapons transfers have been done from Iran in the past. Training has been done, you know what I mean, like these things, but it's like, it's not like these things are constantly flowing in to the region. They have to be snuck in, right? It's like, we're talking about like a few thousand soldiers. We're not like, it's versus IDF, like one of the most well-armed militaries like on the face of this earth.
His knowledge has not been briefed or been told what that date was, and he reiterated what they've been saying. And what they've been saying to Israeli officials is that a large-scale operation of Rafah is a bad idea, that they would be extremely opposed to that.
What's up, Lainey?
They said they'd have to move the 1.4 million Palestinians who were told to go there after repeatedly being moved further and further south. You'd have to find a way to get them out of the areas safely, and they've said in the past, look, there's nowhere safe for them to go. Everything is basically demolished. So how would you provide for their food and their clean water and medicines?
Wait, I just realized that Jaina and Complaining Laney have like the same color username. What the fuck? Coincidence? I don't think so.
Again, reiterated that it would be a mistake.
It's called smuggling, true. You're right.
Large-scale invasion. Now, that said, it's a bit tricky because they're not saying Israel doesn't have to go after Hamas in Rafah. They believe that that is a mission that Israel needs to conduct. The question is, how do they conduct it? They want to see very limited, targeted attacks on Hamas fighters. They had a meeting, a virtual meeting, to try and figure out how that would work. Apparently, it was rather heated, but they would say, we don't want to see what happened in Gaza City or Han Yunis. You simply can't do a large-scale invasion when there's 1.4 million people trapped there.
Well, Bibi's just said he's gonna. So, like, what? The ball is in the rest of the world's court. Well, no. The ball is in the United States. The ball has always, literally always been in the hands of the United States, actually. As I'm, like, saying these things. But like the the ball is in the United States courts in this specific instance. Like they said that they're going to cross over your red line. They just promised you. Bibi just promised you that he is going to cross the red line that you drew in Gaza. So what now? He just said he's going to do it. Like what are we going to do? What are we going to do about this?
Over the last couple of days, we're hearing much tougher language. Matt Miller saying
the language just keeps getting tougher and tougher, chat. The rhetoric. God damn, that rhetoric, though.
Has told the Israeli prime minister Israel's policies need to change or
else our policy will change. And then when asked about what that would look like, what policy would change? Would it be aid? Would it be defense aid? What would that be? Oh, we're not at liberty to speak on that. Bitch!
So tough talk, not actually threatening any consequences.
Yeah, tough talk. That's what I'm saying. Tell them.
They are sending the message still that any large-scale invasion against the people in Rafah would be, in their words, a mistake.
A mistake.
Okay, thank you for that. Patty Colhane there for us in Washington.
Oh, boy.
Germany has been accused of aiding and...
All right, so now we're going to go to this story. Why Germany is complicit in Israeli genocide. Let's fucking go.
Abetting genocide in Gaza in a case before the United Nations top court. It was brought by Nicaragua and calls for emergency measures to stop Germany from selling weapons to Israel. It also wants Berlin to restore funding to the UN's aid.
Listen, this is also, keep in mind, this is paving the way for greater things. You might be asking yourself, what the heck? How come the United States did it? Like, listen, the United States has all the fucking power here. Okay. The United States has like the fucking UN, like by the balls. Like it's just, it is what it is. But this is paving the way, creating legal precedent to then take it to the United States.
Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA. Nicaragua's lawyer had harsh words for the dual role Germany's playing in what the ICJ is.
Germany provides 30% of weapons to Israel. This could be a big change. The U.S. also stands above the ICJ. Germany doesn't.
To be applauded.
All I know is that one day Benjamin Netanyahu will be dead and buried in his home of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I will go piss on his grave. Too based.
Possible case of genocide.
It is indeed
we love gender-neutral bathrooms, folks.
Pathetic excuse to the Palestinian children, women and men in Gaza to provide humanitarian aid, including through airdrops. On the one
holy fucking dank, dude. I'm trying to fix it. It's just really holy fuck.
And to furnish the weapons and military equipment that are used to kill and annihilate them, and to kill also humanitarian aid workers, as most recently evidenced by the missile attack against vehicles and workers of World Central Kitchen. On the other hand.
Let's hear more now from Steph Basson. She is in The Hague with more.
It must have been an uncomfortable 2 hours here for Germany at the world's highest court in The Hague. Nicaragua had some harsh words for Germany, saying it is facilitating genocide in Gaza. It's an interesting and unprecedented case because the two countries here at the court, Nicaragua and Germany, are not directly involved in the atrocities that are happening in Gaza. But Nicaragua argues that Germany, as a signatory to the Genocide Convention, has the obligation to do everything it can to prevent.
But Germany will tell you that that's what they're doing. Which is like so fucking backwards, dude.
Genocide, let alone not facilitate it. Germany is the second largest supplier of weapons to Israel after the United States. And in
USA number one.
Its supplies have grown tenfold compared to the year before. And many of these weapons have still been exported after October 7. Anti-tank weapons, ammunition, drones, all used.
Like we talked a lot about recently, last week anyway, about the recent $18 billion deal, weapons sale of F-15 fighters. The first one of its size to, because of its size, have to go to Congress for approval. Before that, there was over 100 different arms deals that were below the threshold, which didn't require congressional approval, congressional oversight. 100 plus. Like, this is public knowledge. Taking this heat to Germany is paving the way for taking the heat to the United States. Hamas is hiding all the weapons in tunnels under hospitals and schools, don't you remember? Oh, and they are all next to the WCK and news reporters. This is why the establishment that uninvolved third parties have standing was so important. Germany always on the wrong side. They never learn, dude. Even in the name of even in the name of learning, in the name of righting wrongs of the past, like doing an ethnic cleansing, supporting an ethnic cleansing, to make up for the ethnic cleansing is just like, oh.
According to Nicaragua, or at least a lot of it, in Gaza against the civilian population there. So this is an unprecedented case. Nicaragua said that Germany has been held accountable and ordered the court to tell Germany immediately to stop supplying these weapons. And the arguments Germany has used, as for example, that its commitment unconditionally to Israel.
Unconditionally. Like, you can't call us anti-Semitic. I do whatever Israel wants to do. Okay, listen, Israel wants weapons. They want tanks. They want bombs. Like, they want to fucking do an ethnic cleansing. Like, they can do it. You know what I mean? You can't call me anti-Semitic.
Comes from basically connecting its own existence to the existence of Israel is misleading, because this applies to the Jewish population, Jewish people, but not to Israel. And it also says that the business has gone really up. Arms sales, the arms manufacturers are making
business is good. Listen, life is good for defense contractors. Shit is chill. If you are RTX, Raytheon, if you're fucking Northrop Grumman, like, shit is really chill.
Money, so it's not just business as usual, Germany supplying weapons, but the business even has gone better. So we will hear on Tuesday from Germany. It has the chance to defend itself, and then in a few weeks we will hear if the court will have provisional measures against Germany. Stepfasten, Al Jazeera, The Hague.
Lawyer and diplomat Tanja von Oosterglichen is representing Germany before the International Court of Justice. She says the government is upholding international law.
Oh?
Germany rejects the allegations made by Nicaragua today. Germany does not and never did violate the Genocide Convention nor international humanitarian law.
Yeah, well, that's not going to be... Listen, that's only technically legally true until the ICJ, rules on genocide. Because the ICJ said that the case can go forward for genocide against Israel from South Africa. If that doesn't turn out the way that, Germany and the United States and others would like, it's not going to look so good for you anymore.
Neither directly nor indirectly. On the contrary, Germany is committed to the uphold of international law, and this is what we work for.
Yeah. Like, supporting somebody directly, unconditionally, that is breaking international law is like, technically maybe you didn't break the international law. Well, actually, no, there are laws that say, maybe it's a German law even. I know there are United States laws that are similar that say you can't support, with aid or whatever. You can't aid in a country or an entity doing war crimes, breaking international law. You can't be supplying the tools for that.
Internationally, We will tomorrow present our position.
Never is already a lie? Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, you're saying this because of the past, right? Like,
So much I can already tell you today. Nicaragua's presentation was grossly biased, and we will be telling you tomorrow how we fully live up to our responsibilities.
like biased. Biased in what way? Like, everything has bias. Everything has bias. What do you mean?
Let's go to Dominic Kane, who is live for us in Berlin.
Pathetic.
Germany clearly saying it's being misrepresented by Nicaragua in court today.
Yeah,
Is that the
bias
general
against
feeling
genocide.
inside Germany?
The thing to remember when considering the situation in The Hague and the way that the German government is playing it is that that's what we were just hearing there. They haven't changed that view going back some considerable time now. Remember the situation here. They say that what they are doing is entirely consistent with their commitment to the existence of the State of Israel. There is a polarization in society between those who endorse that view, who believe that Israel has a right to exist and that the policy of the government and other governments going back through time vis-à-vis Israel is entirely appropriate. Then you have those on the other side who don't accept the point of view of the government and who say that the way that they are refused the right to demonstrate their disagreement with it is not consistent with human rights, which explains why we see the sorts of cases being brought against Germany, which have been starting to gather some momentum in recent months.
Okay, thank you for that. Dominic Kane there for us in Berlin. Let's
That was so
discuss
dramatic.
this further with Marwan Bashara. Marwan, how
Wait, why did he light up like that? Wait, what's up with bro?
Okay, thank you for that. Dominic Kane there for us in Berlin. Let's discuss this further.
Why did he do that? Wait.
Thank you for that, Dominic.
Gather some momentum in recent months.
Okay, thank you for that. Dominic Kane there for us in Berlin. Let's discuss this further. With,
Why did he do that? Wait, why? What the fuck? That's so weird. Why did he do this? What did he mean by this?
Berlin, let's discuss this. Okay, thank you for that.
Like the super dramatic clearing of the throat.
Okay, thank you for that. Dominic Kane there for us in Berlin. Let's discuss this further with Marwan Bashara. Marwan, how significant is this case by Nicaragua at the ICJ? Could it potentially...
Why? What did he mean by this?
Set a legal precedent to deter countries from supporting military operations involving serious international crimes?
Well, of course, I'm no legal scholar. I mean, need to underline that. But it's certainly an interesting precedent that a southern nation is putting another nation on the stand at the ICJ. That's kind of a bit of a first in the context of genocide. I think the most paradoxical part of it is the fact that Germany is being put on the stand 80 years after it committed the horrific genocide against the Jews and others in Europe. And this time, it's actually complicit with the so-called Jewish state that is apparently plausibly carrying genocide in Gaza, according to the ICJ. Now, what is troubling in all of that is the fact that Germans continue, to play innocent and naive.
Yeah, they're like, listen, we're just still making up for the Holocaust. Like, we're just listen, we said unconditional.
Something that's unfolded in front of our eyes for the past 6 months. Josep Borrell, the EU foreign policy chief, says Israel weaponized hunger. That's a war crime. So the EU chief says...
Complicit sounds like he's already decided. I mean, in the same way that I've already decided the same for the United States. Yeah, Germany is the second largest, or like the second biggest, like provider of defense aid to Israel. So, like, in the same exact way that the United States is complicit in the war crimes that Israel is committing in Gaza and the West Bank. So is Germany, for sure.
Foreign policy. Israel is carrying a war crime. It's weaponizing hunger. Famine is not something that is coming. Famine is a state of affair in Gaza today. The American president, Germany's patron in the West, says that Israel bombs Gaza indiscriminately. That's a war crime. Every Joe, Dick, and Harry, and Sarah know that Israel has used disproportionate weapon force in Gaza, that 2,000-pound bombs on residential buildings. And Germany is still saying, oh, no, what war crimes? Oh, no, we're not complicit. You are selling arms. You are financially, politically, diplomatically supporting the country that is carrying all these war crimes in Gaza against your very commitment to the Genocide Convention. So it's not about Nicaragua per se. It's about everything we've been reporting, the facts of the matter the past 6 months. Also paradoxical in the same context is that Germany continues to support Israel unconditionally despite all of that. The killing, the death and injury of tens of thousands of Palestinians, including some 20,000 children and women in Gaza killed by Israeli weapons. And yet, some 6 members of UNRWA's 13,000 staff are accused of joining on the October 7, and Germany, until today, froze its assistance to a UN agency in Gaza. So it's quite disturbing for Germany to play innocent when in fact its arms to the pit are really sunk in Gaza's blood.
And talking of arms, Marwan, do you feel that there is this growing momentum now of stopping Western governments providing weapons to Israel now?
Well, certainly what we've seen in the UK, for example, the big protest movements in front of the Trade Office, and now a number of functionaries within the Trade Office saying we cannot continue licensing weapons sales to Israel. The protest movement in Europe, certainly in the United States, so the whole bunch of Democrats, including the former Congress Speaker Nancy Pelosi, saying we need to stop the weapons to an Israel that continues to deny food and medicine to the people, continues to use bomb against the people in Gaza. So I think certainly there's a momentum towards punishing Israel or towards cutting or freezing military and other aids to Israel. Because I think everyone is coming to the understanding, speaking of Germany, but also of the UK and the United States, Israel's closest ally, that one thing to support Israel and to continue to say, we need to support Israel. Another thing is to support the Netanyahu government, which Biden has explicitly said this is basically a very extreme government that needs to change because it is a government of fascists and fanatics. To confuse that with Israel in general, right, by the UK, the Germany, and the United States, is not only foolish, it's also short-sighted. And in the context of Gaza, it's not only sadistic, it's also aimless. Because why at this point in time, 6 months into genocide, do they continue to support Israel with weapons?
Always good to speak to you, Al Jazeera senior political analyst Marwan Bashar there for us.
It has been a
my
rough
God, loud.
72
Fucking
hours.
Anthony Fantano inside of my brain. Holy. Wait, Anthony Too Dank Tano here. Okay. So that makes up that finishes up the news coverage that we had for this evening. I mean, complicit just in the same way that the United States is complicit for the same exact reasons. It's just with a heavier irony of Germany, a heavier irony. You know what I mean? an unavoidable irony that is, you can't help but talk about, right? Yeah, Khan Yunis is fucking destroyed. Israel has withdrawn out of Khan Yunis to prepare for a Rafah offensive. It's not looking fucking good. Yeah, pretty fucking. I think complicity depends on the ICJ ruling. I mean, that's just that legally. I mean, you can say legally, sure, if you really want to be technical about it. But I would say morally, complicit. 100%. Easiest thing I've ever said. You know what I mean? Easiest decision I've ever come to. But next up, we're going to talk about J. Cole being lame. Okay, being lame. And then we're going to look at the new Urban Rescue Ranch. We got a new burger dude. Lots of comfy content. All right. But first, I should say, before we get into comfy content, we have to run an ad break because it's been more than an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, that way, I can't even speak right now. Even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience, all you got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way, they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. We are currently at 5 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Thank you so much for all the support so far. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. right, we're back. Thanks for waiting. I had to figure out some food situation. Had to figure out a little food situation, you know what I'm saying, before I came back to the stream, you know what I mean? All right. How are we doing, chat? We feeling okay? We doing okay? We doing good? Yeah, I gotta get the nom on. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx only wants 3 things: femboys, drinks, and pussy. Based. Tofu, do you hate liberals? What do we do? Why? Of course. What? Are we okay in chat? Are we good? Okay, I see. Okay, I see a little. Tofu, could you give your shut up, Jaina. We will not be talking about that tonight, okay? Here's the thing. Here's what I'll say, because I know why. I realize now why that was asked. I hate liberalism. I am not a liberal. I am a leftist. I don't hate liberals. I don't hate people, period. I hate systems that hurt people. Just to be very just to be very fucking general. All right. I will openly disagree with people who are liberals. I appreciate this chat for being really good about keeping it chill. I think this chat is really skilled at that. I don't really know what else to say specifically. Let me look over this chat. What are we talking about? Are we good? Is everybody good? Let's go. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, I'm just catching up on what y'all are talking about in the chat. Yeah, we keep it chill. We are enjoyers of good faith discussion. We are not enjoyers of toxic debate stuff. That doesn't mean we have a community that is a echo chamber. That doesn't mean we have a little like hug box situation. Yeah. I think we should take a look at policies people push rather than what they call themselves. I mean, well, both of those things go hand in hand, though, right? This is the DGen hours. It's chill and comfy time. That's not what I'm saying. Yesterday's eclipse has a historical event. It was 1,000 years ago when the Great Law of Peace was ratified. The last time this one happened, and also the Great Law of Peace is where communism came from, as well as part of the USA Constitution copied it. What? Huh. Tofu, that's a logical fallacy. If you just admit that you're attempting a straw man defense, this can all be over. Oh my goodness gracious. I think we can leave I don't know. I think we don't need to necessarily keep adding each other, but it looks like we're all good. Looks like we're good. Looks like we're good right now. Okay, cool. Cool. As long as we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, never mind. I retract my previous statement. We're gonna leave it at that. All right, we're gonna leave it there. We're cool. We're chilling because chat. It's fucking. Listen, let's talk shit about J. Cole. Yeah, let's look at the Melon Man.
It has been a rough 72 hours for the J. Cole fandom. The guy gets dissed seemingly out of nowhere.
Like here's what we can all agree on: that J. Cole is cringe, right?
weeks ago on the new Metro Boomin and Future project by Kendrick Lamar. Then after that, I'm sure it's days and days and days of prodding and questioning and even harassing, I'm sure, from friends and fans and haters alike, all asking Cole, what are you gonna do? We need a response. Eventually, this past weekend, we finally get that. It arrives in the form of a single track off of this latest project he has just put out, Might Delete Later. The song is 7 Minute Drill. We talked about it in the previous video.
It's really funny that he named it that. Like, it's so funny that he named it that.
It was a lame, it was a weak, nothing burger response, to say the least. And now, over the weekend on which this response was released, at a live show for J. Cole's Dreamville Fest, the guy is on the stage apologizing for the response.
Dreamville, y'all love Kendrick Lamar, correct? As do I. So I just want to come up here and be like, publicly be like, bruh, that was the lamest, like, goofiest shit. And I say all that to say it made me feel like 10 years ago.
Why did you do it, dude? It's just like you shouldn't have put it out. Like, if a bunch of people were like, yeah, that was awesome. You know what I mean? Instead of literally everybody being like, dude, that was ass. Like, would you have done this then? Like, you know what I mean? Like, would you have done this? If everybody was like, yo, dude, that verse was so hard. Like, it's so cringe,
everything
dude.
back. Not only the jabs and the downplaying of Kendrick Lamar's discography, but even the energy he went into the response with, which I may be wrong, and correct me if I am in the comments, but this is a progression of events that I think is just unforeseen in rap music. Like a diss, a challenge, an attack happens, lyrically speaking, and then eventually a response comes, and the responder doesn't even give that response a week's time to breathe and is apologizing.
Transphobic bars in 2024. Let's go, bro. Fire. Yeah. Well, also the thing on that is, like, what makes it even worse is, like, it to me, it feels like he tried to, like, tiptoe some kind of line where he was like, all right, like, I think I can, like, you know, actually, like, you know, bar up like this, you know what I mean? I could slip this little transphobic bar in here and, like, do it in a way that's actually not problematic. Like, but it's like, dude, it did not, that was not what happened, dude. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Good night, everyone. I gotta try to go bed again because it's 5:30 and I'm sick. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you get better soon. Yes, V-Night. Yes. Jaina, thanks for hanging out. I hope to see you again soon. Everybody should go follow Jaina. Night, night, sweet dreams.
Responding? There's two directions this video can take from here. The easy, tempting, immature response, where I just jump on Cole and feel validated for calling out his response as being mediocre, being underwhelming, shoving it in the face of J. Cole fans, and maybe even, you know, like, asking for an apology, you know, for being told, like, oh, you're just biased, you don't know a lame track when you hear one, you just hate J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar is trash. Actually, I think the tone this video should take is the more mature tone, where I actually agree with a lot of what J. Cole is saying here, and I praise him for being frank and being open and being real about his feelings that were, yes, very transparent and very obvious, very on the surface of that diss track. Like, clearly on 7 Minute Drill, J. Cole was throwing his shots at Kendrick Lamar. He was going at him, but from his voice, from his one-liners, from even his beat choice, you could tell his heart was not in that song. It was not in that response. It was not something he wanted to do. We have heard J. Cole on tracks before spitting fire, going at the beat, like coming at it hungry, aggressive, just like ready to go. He was not ready to go on that track because I don't think that's his energy. That's the way he wants to carry himself in the world.
Why did he do it, dude? Like, bro, you're J. Cole. Like, you make like good money off of making music. Like, just vibe. Like, you know, you have everything. Like, dude, just chill and like enjoy. You know, like, why you gotta do that then? Why you gotta give into peer pressure? Like, that's so weird to give into peer pressure when you're already considered to be among the top 3 in rap. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let that be enough for you. Like, stop. Like, I know that rap is all about like the competition. I mean, at least there's an element, you know what I mean, of it that is that like competition, you know, that like that ego, you know, whatever. It's just if you didn't want to do it, then don't do it. If you wanted to do it and you wanted to like go after Kendrick, you know, for the sport of rap, then like go into it like wholehearted for the sport of rap. You know what I mean? Don't pussyfoot around. Like, it's so lame. You did it purely because of fucking peer pressure. Like, how old are you?
Response. And yeah, while he does apologize to Kendrick, J. Cole's statement here that he makes on the stage runs so much deeper than, you know, one dude apologizing to another. It's clear that the sort of energy that he had to put into that track to do it, even in the half-assed way that he did, that's not the way he wants to carry himself in the world.
Then don't. Like, you don't have to. Like, how, bro? Come on, like, give yourself some credit. Like, you're successful, bro. Like, you've made great music and people love you. Like, if you didn't want to do it, then don't do it. Bro, you're like, I can't imagine being like giving into you know, peer pressure, you know, like when you're already considered among the top 3 in rap. It's like, dude, you made it. You did this. You won. You know what I mean? Like, if you wanted to, if it was in your soul and if it was a part of you, like, you know, like that was like your, you know, like something you were actually down to do, you know, you were interested in doing, was like going, you know, shooting back at Kendrick for this sport, like, then great, fine, go for it and like give it your best shot or whatever. But like, if it was not something that you wanted to do in the first place, then why did you do it, man?
Apologizing to the fans and the audience as well for being not true to himself, which again, authentic.
Ignoring the diss is way cooler than a shitty response. Way cooler. Yeah, absolutely, way cooler. Yeah, for sure. Just ignoring it, just like, yeah, what do you mean? What verse?
Real, and ultimately I think is a good thing. The fact of the matter is this, even though
not the first time Kendrick gets an apology from someone after just minding his own business either. I mean, he even said it in the verse that Cole was responding to. Like, he even, it's so funny, dude. He just like handed Kendrick like this huge W, and he didn't even have to do anything. What the fuck? The best diss would have been, what are you for? I give you props and you call me out. Fuck you then. Man.
I think that Kendrick Lamar shot at J. Cole and Drake was funny and entertaining. I have acknowledged before.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like a diss. It was just like saying, yeah, fuck the big 3. I'm the best. Like, that's all it was. It wasn't saying, J. Cole, fuck you, J. Cole. Drake, Aubrey Graham, also, fuck you, Drake, Aubrey Graham. It was like, no, the concept of the big 3. Like, he's like, nah, I'm the best. He was just like, he just said some super hip-hop shit. You know what I mean? For the sport of it. You know, like he said, nah, I'm the best. That's rap. You know what I mean? And he said it with his chest. And Cole was like, you know, like, oh, it's just so, bro.
It is out of nowhere, and it is kind of like unnecessary. We don't need to have this winner take all.
Like, you could just do the same thing, like, which I'm pretty sure Drake does all the time. The whole like, you know, I'm top 2, but I'm not 2. Like, he says he's the best all the time. He's like, I got more hits than the Beatles. Like, bro, is that then is every time that Drake says that he's the best in the world ever, like, is that a direct attack on the other two of the big three. Like, that's so stupid. Like, you could just do the same thing and make, say, generic bars about being the best. Like that, just like every other rapper, it's just like this business as usual. Kendrick's verse wasn't even that great. Yeah, no, I agree. It wasn't even that great, but goddamn, like, in comparison, you know what I mean? Like, wow. Well, nah, Drake and Kendrick been beefing for a while on some personal shit. Well, okay, well, whatever. Writing a diss track to every rapper who ever said I'm the GOAT. I mean, but that's like rap. It's like most time, like, people like say mention like beef or like mention like confrontational, confrontational, relationships or something in their lyrics. But like, it's just like general. A lot of times it's not even like about someone specific. It's just like, yeah, like the haters, like the enemies, like whatever. Those, the naysayers. I'm just like, it's just, I'm writing this diss track to the world. Like, your average Joe, me included, would go through a few guesses before saying J. Cole was in the big three, by the way. I mean, I don't know. They're widely regarded. I think it's like, I've said this before, but if you like think that to me, personally, in my personal opinion, if you say like that, like, the big three, if you say that, like, oh, Drake and Kendrick and J. Cole, like, J. Cole is like the only backpacker rapper of our time, like the only one keeping it real, like, to me, if you're saying any of those things about any of the three, like, I'll accept it a little bit more from Kendrick specifically, but only a little bit, because all it does is tell me that you have a very small frame of reference when it comes to rap. Like, there's so much rap out there. Like, there are so many rappers out there. You know what I mean? Like, if Drake and Kendrick and J. Cole and like those, like the best examples that you think that there are, like, I don't know. That just shows me that you have a smaller frame of reference, which is like, I guess, fine, but I don't know.
Zero-sum game, crabs in a bucket mentality.
So, but like, I also say like it's also, top three, like the big three when we're talking about like all of the top 40 artists. You know what I mean? Like, with all of the top 40 artists. Who's number 4? Tofu Ghost. The fuck?
In order to have good music out there that everyone likes. In order for numerous artists on the rap circuit to be eating and succeeding and doing their thing. So yeah, even if you can technically put a point on the board for Kendrick right now, that attack was just out of nowhere. So frankly, again, I commend J. Cole for acknowledging the absurdity of this whole thing and realizing just how unnecessary this response was to his artistry, to his success.
Yeah, like, like, you've already made it. Like, dude, you've killed it. You won. You're one of the most famous rappers alive. You get to make music that you like. Like, you are in a unique position to only have to do things that you want to do. And you still did something that you didn't want to do. Like, damn, man.
To his spot in hip-hop broadly, and ultimately I think this response could have a long-term positive effect in terms of how fans perceive rap beef generally. Bars and disses and artistry aside, this guy was man enough to come up on stage and acknowledge the fact that he
Fantano is being softer on him than I am. I can't help but be like, dude, was this a gimmick? Like, why did you do this? Like, did you get, like, did it really affect the numbers that much? Like, it could. Why would you do that? Like, if you were like, dude, why did you put out the song? You should have just not put it out and like let it leak or something and be like, oh, like, I don't know. You put it on the record.
Into this whole situation inauthentically. He did something that wasn't really him. And now there's a lot of J. Cole fans and a lot of rap fans that are going to have to deal with like some cognitive dissonance as a result of this. Because J. Cole told them the very thing they absolutely do not want to hear, that this rap beef stuff is lame and
Well, yeah, that's the thing, Recite, is like there's like a specific culture, like, from rap. A lot of it, like, there's this confrontational, like, competitiveness behind rap because it came up from like a street, like an art in that, in the streets. It was, you know, people breakdancing and freestyling like at parties and on the block. So, you know, like, you know, it came from like like the same thing. Like you do dance battles, you do graffiti battles, you do you know, DJ battles, you do like it's just like it's competition. It's built into hip hop culture. It's a part of the beginning of hip hop. And that's always been a part of the culture where it's like, you know, let me display my skill. Like I'm good at this, and you're bad, and thus you're bad at this. And here's a really clever rhyme about that exactly. But so like that's like very heavily ingrained in like the history of hip hop. You know, whether it manifests specifically as beef, or if it's just like the sport of it. You know what I mean? Whether it's just like the art of like battling and things like this and saying like clever rhymes and like besting your opponents or your contemporaries.
Attacks that he leveled at Kendrick Lamar that many of them got 100% on board for, that they were wrong and they were dumb, and he takes them back. So now, do you continue standing behind this guy whose music you love, and obviously he means something to you on some level? Do you continue to ride with him as he is growing and changing and becoming more self-aware? Or do you throw him in the trash and say, screw him, he's lame, he's a loser, he should have went harder?
I mean, no. That's weird, like, because that's who J. Cole's talking about in his apology. Is like, yeah, people want blood, yes. Whether it's music or like streamers or like whatever, people love drama. Like it's just true. It gets clicks. People fucking can't look away. It's fucking horrible, but people love it. People love drama. So like, yeah, like there's gonna be a whole fucking section of people that like want the fucking blood. They want to see the two of the greats go at it. And you know, as a rap fan myself and somebody who respects the culture and appreciates the sport of it too, you know what I mean, for what it is. Like, you know, like a part of me is like, yeah, it would be cool to see them battle it out, right? But like, I just have a problem with people. Like it makes me. I'm having trouble with this concept right now, basically with J. Cole. The concept of being in a position, like I said earlier, where you do not have to do anything you don't want to do. You can just make music, the music that you want to make. You have your own record label, you know what I mean? Like you got your all your producers, like all these great producers who are your friends, you know what I mean? Like you have everything you need to make good art. And you're good at making that art. So like, why do anything else? Like, because it's not to like make more money or to go more viral, or maybe it is. Like maybe he needed this. He needed the media attention on this record. I don't know. Like, I don't imagine that he's hurting that much. I'm not pocket watching the man, but like, it just feels weird. Like, why? What the fuck? Like, did you really need the attention on this record? Was the 1 or 2 days of like, before, you know, while, you know, between the record dropping and the apology at Dreamville Fest or whatever the fuck that was, like worth it? I mean, it's probably still generating views just based on the headlines, right? Like this video was posted 9 hours ago. It's got fucking 250,000 views. So like, you know, for the next week, people are, you know, there's gonna be tons of views based on curiosity.
We've never apologized.
I don't like. I just don't see J. Cole being the type of person to care about that. And like, if he's sincere, which I think he is sincere in the apology that he said, you know, like, then why? I don't know. It just feels weird. Why did you do it, man? Really?
You just embrace the pump chest machismo posturing, and as a result, you're left with one less artist to listen to who you enjoy. Even if what J. Cole is saying here does sound a little bit lame, I think he's inadvertently acknowledging a truth and a reality.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, and it's healthy. And if anything, it's better to man up and say sorry and be like, yeah, that was cringe. Like, no, it's respectable as fuck, for sure. It's respectable. My problem is, like I said, why did you do it? Like, how your homies found, like your friends and your family and your fans found you in a moment of weakness, like when you've been so successful for so long. Like, fuck, man. On God, I'd be much more interested to see like a Jid / Kendrick beef. No one else is really on Kendrick's level right now in the mainstream to make it interesting. The skill level of them would be much more interesting. Cole going at Kendrick would be cool, but if Cole's heart's not in it, seems fake. He's not really about battling. Most people would agree Cole can't really keep up with Kendrick. I mean, I just like, here's the thing. I don't when it comes to like the skill, like the skill level of each rapper, I'm not really saying like I don't know how much of it is that and how much of it is this, what I'm about to say. I just like Kendrick Lamar's music more than J. Cole's music. J. Cole's music has always felt, to me personally, in my opinion, personal opinion, just very lackluster. Like once you've heard it, you're like, all right, like I don't really need to hear it again. Like, yeah, like he's got, got more of like a boom bapper style, and he keeps it more, he's got like he's more laid back in his subject matter, and maybe a little bit more like I don't know, I don't want to say intelligent is the right word, but like what's like conscious rap, for like lack of a better term, like the more conscious. So like I don't know, I think he just like is to me personally, he's just a little overrated. I don't think he makes that great of music. His music is boring, but I recognize like he's, I don't know, maybe he's better than like fucking Nav. Like if we're talking about like top 40 artists, like yeah, like okay, fine, like J. Cole is way better than Nav, or like I don't know who else. Wow, Fossa Cole stand confirmed. Wait, what happened? J. Cole's albums don't have replay value. Wait, why can't you say that? Wait, is Fossabot really doing... Wait, what the fuck? Why is Fossabot doing that? Wait, it's the J? Oh, like the J.C. Oh, yeah. Because they think it's a URL. I was like, holy shit, Fossabot. Are the Fossabot developers like huge J. Cole fans? What the fuck?
All of us are going to have to come to grips with at some point, and that's disc culture, beef culture.
That would actually be super fucking hilarious for the meme. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that would be really funny.
It's pretty much dead, or it's certainly on its way out the door, which is something I would like to circle back on in another vid later when I have more thoughts collected on this topic. But I'll kill two birds with one stone here and close this up by saying Drake, because obviously he's implicated in this whole thing too. It's most likely not even a good idea for him to respond to this whole thing at this point.
Don't give him any ideas, dude. Bro, he will never be able to. Don't give Drake any ideas, his egotistical ass. Dog, he will fucking, he'll start getting ideas, and he'll be like, oh hell no, like I gotta fucking say something, and then he'll never ever live up to Summer 16. He'll never ever live up again to fucking back to back, like Charged Up, and that, like, it will never ever happen again. That will never ever happen again. Yo, Chili, thanks for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. What's up? Welcome in. Everybody go follow Chili. Shouts out, Chili. Welcome in. Elden Ring? Nice. We're just talking shit about rappers and stuff. I forgot what I was saying. Forgot. Oh, don't give Drake any ideas. It's always safe to assume that that's a good point to remember, like when thinking about Drake. Just like, don't give him any ideas. Whatever it is, don't give him any ideas. Whatever it is. What's up, Sag?
How J. Cole's response here kind of changes the tone of the whole thing right now. But also on top of it, if Drake were to respond and the response was decent and things kind of ramped up from there, how likely would it be that we would end up in another...
and also Drake does this all the fucking time. How many bars does Drake have where he says he's the best? Like, dude, How many?
Pusha T situation where things kind of get a little too hot for him, and as a result, he just kind of cries foul, calls the whole thing off, and puts out a press statement.
Which was hilarious. Which, okay, listen, that was like, in my most charitable read of that whole situation was that like Drake was in it for the sport until Pusha just went crazy. Pusha went crazy and doxed his fucking his child. Yeah. Which honestly, like, I kind of feel him. Like, I kind of agree that it was like a little like below the belt. I kind of agree that it was below the belt. He went nuclear, yeah. But man, to go straight to, he did like lose that. You know what I mean? Like, he did like lose though, because he just went straight to the press release. Yeah, that was oof. So it's like that. I'm kind of torn on that one because, like I said, like Pusha, that was really below the belt, kind of fucked up. But also Drake is cringe. So
you don't want to let J. Cole off the hook too easy, though. I do commend him for apologizing here in the way that he has, but I think he really could have gotten specific in his apologies in terms of just how awful and trashy some of these disses and attacks were on this Might Delete Later project, not just on the closing track of that record, but on the track Pie, which contains a bar that many fans have accurately interpreted.
Oh yeah, this is the one, dude. Look at this sick ass bar, bro. Check it. His album dropped. It was trash. I litter it like I can't spell it. Is you a demon or is that a demeanor for the gram? Tell us. They plead the fifth. I'm seeing hints of a trans fella. It's in cancel culture's vicinity. He's no killer. Trust me. Beneath his chosen identity, there's still a pussy, period. Bars, dude, bars. That's like I was saying earlier, like it seems like he was trying to fucking like do this in a way where he was like he tried to do it in a way that was like, yeah, this will get past like the woke mob, right? Like, yeah, this is like not problematic at all, but it's like obviously it is like like obviously this is like cringe as fuck, dude. Like, but like, do you see how like condescending this is right here? Like this, they plead the fifth. I'm seeing hints of a trans fella, like basically saying like, I see like, no matter how hard you like you're a pussy on the inside, right? That's what he's saying. Like, you may put up a hard exterior, but on the inside you're still a pussy, which is like basically he's saying the bar there, what's clever about it, what makes it a bar, is that like, just like a trans fella, you know what I mean, no matter what you do on the outside, on the inside, you know what I mean, this. So it's like, this is transphobic and this is extremely cringe. It's not a bar. Like, dude,
is being pretty transphobic, talking about this rapper, presumably Kendrick, who was portraying.
And I've seen people say like, oh, well, Kendrick Lamar did like rapped said slurs and did like rapped about his trans family member. Like, motherfucker, that was like a completely different thing. Like, this bar right here from J. Cole is like a battle rap bar comparing somebody who he thinks sucks to a trans person. All right. Now, Kendrick Lamar, when he said a slur and wrote a song about a trans member of his family, that was like artistic use of it. It did spark a lot of discourse. But like, that shit was, as a trans person, that shit was incredibly based and cool. A really good way of saying a slur, something that is bad, that you shouldn't do. But that's the whole reason why he did it. That was the whole point. That was the whole point. Like, to see anything else is like to completely miss the entire purpose of that whole song. So it's like, you can't even compare these things. Like, yes, he said a tactical slur and he wrote a song about a trans member of his family, but it's like, you're comparing that to J. Cole, comparing a nemesis, an adversary in the rap game, comparing him, throwing bars at somebody he thinks sucks to a trans person.
Themselves as
Crazy.
loud and tough, but them not actually being that way. And of course, J. Cole uses transness as an example of a thing where somebody is being inauthentic or
Exactly.
something.
See, it's like you're using the comparison of a trans person to say that somebody is fake, or that they are different from what they portray on the outside. That no matter what they do on the outside, that on the inside they will always be whatever. That's what you're saying. That's not a bar. Like, that's, dude.
And one also has to presume on some level that this is coming up at...
Kendrick ultimately came from a place of acceptance and learning that his past behaviors were bad. J. Cole was just trying to diss somebody by using trans people. Exactly, Juicy. Exactly. What's up, Fellini?
As a topic on this bar due to the
explaining his journey of accepting and loving his auntie. Yes,
Kendrick Lamar track, Auntie Diaries, because if it's not, then why is J. Cole even bringing it up? Does he just have trans people on his head ready to send strays
on his head? I mean, motherfuckers do be having trans people, like letting trans people live rent free in their minds. Unfortunately, not rent free in the world. Unfortunately, exclamation point tip, exclamation point TTS. But motherfuckers do be letting trans people live rent free in their brains.
Whenever he has a rapper or a person to make fun of that he doesn't like. But yeah,
if only there was like Wi-Fi and like, you know what I mean, like good parking and like good food nearby, you know what I mean, and like a bathroom, like, you know what I mean. I would be so down to live rent free in these motherfuckers' heads.
Al Cole was sort of in apology mode. Something acknowledging that certainly would have been nice. But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it there. J. Cole apology. Honestly, respect it. Let me know what you guys think about all of this down in the comments.
I think it's just, I mean, I respect it, but only in a part. I don't want to relitigate what I just spent all that time saying. Like, it's like, yes, it is the nice guy thing to do, but also, why the fuck did you even let it happen? Like I said, rewind in the VOD if you want my take again, because don't let me fucking repeat myself. All right, let's do Urban Rescue Ranch. Let's go.
Get off of the baby. Get off. This is where I was going to hide the British people.
British people? Cringe.
Watching the solar eclipse right now.
Oh my god.
That's gonna look real good at the gym. He's trying to attack me while also trying to eat. Oh no. Hopping around outside of the pouch like crazy nowadays. All right, everybody, listen. I have been so busy lately that I haven't had any time to edit or film any actual videos coherently. So this video is a bunch of clips of all the animals that we've rescued over the last couple weeks. It's not going to be the most coherent video,
dang, what the heck?
It is going to be epic. So
how come, dude, Daily Dose of Internet was just a compilation, and now Urban Rescue Ranch is too? What the heck, man? We're getting robbed. Just kidding. I'll take it. I love it.
please enjoy. Also, Boo Boo's back. Oh, Gerbando Bean, what are you doing? Better her than me, I suppose. Without further ado, now please enjoy your regularly scheduled serotonin. Kevin and the baby squaring off. Oh no. Get away from him, the baby. Stop it, you guys. Here you go. Take this and leave.
Dude, that's fucking J. Cole. Which one's J. Cole? Which one's Kendrick?
Regularly scheduled serotonin. Kevin and the
What do you think?
baby.
Which one's J. Cole? Which one's Kendrick? That's Drake. I've already decided that one.
Squaring off. Oh no. Get away from him, the baby. Stop it, you guys. Here you go. Take this and leave. Take that and go run away.
Right off the bat, we got two people saying J. Cole is obviously Kevin.
I can't even fight Kevin because Garbanzo Beans was just trying to get stepped on, essentially. Oh, this is too much. Bro, you gotta get out of here. Go. Oh, look, he's got to fly through the trees now. I wasn't able to get this on video, but Kevin's son actually...
Hey, Bleak, I saw Classic Banana Milk ask you to stop adding them. Let's come on.
Jumped this fence.
I know, you're probably being lighthearted, but like, let's just,
He actually just jumped over that fence right there. That was insane. I didn't know these guys were even capable of jumping that high. And he's actually a lot stronger than his dad. This guy is way stronger than his dad and way more angry. Now the baby's on him.
Killer Queen.
Okay, get off him, the baby. Get off him. Get off him. The baby's actually saving me. The baby, you saved my life. Wow, the baby saved me, you guys.
Wow.
Look at this little fella. And this guy is even worse than his dad. He's stronger and his beak is twice as sharp. Oh, this is way too much action for me right now. I need to just get these guys out of here. I could easily be making tons of TikToks right now with all of this. Ooh,
Oh my God, you are
That's how you
getting
know I'm not as
scratched the
clout
fuck up.
hungry as I used to be, you guys. I could totally be milking all this stuff for those sweet, sweet TikTok points.
But oh boy, that's gonna look real good.
Yo.
And what's funny is these scratches
Kevin,
from the baby didn't bleed.
J.
but
Cole.
This bite from this little guy did. A little bite from this fellow did make me bleed. All right, everybody, 6 more possums for today. Oh, these poor
There's
little guys.
so many
barely have their eyes open.
Nosferatus.
So we're gonna go ahead and clean them real quick. Some of them have bad injury. We're just gonna make sure they have no fleas on them. And because these guys got hit by a car,
Oh,
so
no.
there's missing skin on his leg. I'm gonna go ahead and treat that, and hopefully it'll heal. Oh boy, another possum for today.
You're
It
so
is Easter
ugly, but
Sunday,
also I
and we
want the
just
best
keep
for
getting
you.
Little creatures like this non-stop. This is probably the 50 or 60th possum we've gotten.
Oh
so
my
far
God,
this
you're
year.
so cute,
All
but
right,
also so
everybody, this is the
scary.
3rd possum drop off for today.
Oh.
On Easter Sunday. This one has a huge open wound.
No.
This guy looks super healthy, but if you look real close, you can see he's got a hole here with maggots in it. Trigger
Oh
warning,
my
but
God,
look at
bro,
that. There's
don't look at
maggots
it.
that are
No,
inside
I don't
his
want to
wound. I'm
see
gonna go ahead
that,
and disinfect
dog.
and clean that out immediately.
Oh,
All
help
right, everybody,
him.
I put some iodine in there. The
No.
maggots are all starting to crawl out.
Oh.
Out of there. I also used a mix of hydrogen peroxide and water, and this guy did make a full recovery.
Oh
boy,
my
some are
God.
getting onto my skin.
No.
Look at that cute little guy. He's
No.
But okay, I'm by myself here, and
I don't like this. I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun.
Possums in here, a bunch of possums in here from today. A little baby bunny and 2 doves. Not to mention all of these dang possums, plus these ones that I just moved
There's
into
so
this
many
enclosure.
possums.
Look at all these precious baby boys. We sure do get a lot of possums this time of year. This little goober just bit me real good through the glove. I'm gonna go ahead and put him in here with his brother. And honestly, all of these guys are just about ready to go back to the wild pretty soon. We can get them in the outdoor enclosure about now. I also just put this beanie in there and they're already starting to use it. Look how precious this is, you guys. Whenever I feed them, they stop trying to escape and they stop being cringe and crazy and they just sit here and eat. They all go to their separate little corners and
I
eat
love
their little
them.
nuts. Look how precious this little creature is. We have about 10 squirrels in here and 10 squirrels in here. And oh boy, I'm getting another call. Hello, this is Waco Wildlife Rescue.
Hey.
But all right, everybody, this guy should be good for now. I'm gonna get him some fruits and veggies in a second. All right, everybody, this little guy is doing much better now. And
Can you imagine like watching the video and being like, oh fuck, like that was my voice. I called.
he's getting strong. Look, he's hopping. This
Oh my God.
hop.
Oh my God, it's so baby.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him the syringe of cottontail milk replacer. It's really hard to feed these little guys.
Oh, their eyes are closed.
Hi, everybody. This is a little white-winged dove, I believe, that somebody brought in. We've had these before on the channel, but now we can legally take them and do all the rehabbing ourselves. This is
It's
about a
so
quarter the size of what a
tiny.
pigeon chick would be at this age. But okay, I just fed this
The
little
little
fella, and he should be fine
squeakies,
till
the little
tomorrow. They kind of
chirps.
sing a little bit.
Oh
Pigeons
my
don't really
God.
do that. Look at this, guys. Garbanzo Beans likes to be held, and she does not like me holding him at all. She does not like me holding this precious
That's my
baby
husband.
boy. All right, good morning, everybody. This is what every day looks like for me nowadays. Kevin is just attacking the light thing per usual. Not really sure why he does that, but he does. I'm feeding the ostrich. And Kevin's son, Soldier Boy, is just like his dad, and it just goes to show it does run in the family. And I think my overall consensus on this biological case study of Kevin and his DNA is that he's just a special little boy. And it's safe to assume that there's a genetic advantage in the wild to Ria's
Oh my
being.
God, dog, dude, these animals. There is nothing going on in these heads. Like, I swear to God, these animals are hilarious. There's not a single thing happening in this fucking head. Like, they got no fucking clue what the fuck is going on. They're just like chewing on random things. They have no idea why. I just have a whole mouthful of fucking food, but I'm still gonna attack Uncle Ben and try to bite him without realizing that I have a whole mouthful of food. Like the most ridiculous animals.
Hyper aggressive, especially the males. He's trying to attack me while also trying to eat. Doesn't make a lot of
That's so
sense.
insane. You gotta do one before the other, dude. Like, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Also, my son Patrick has been just fine in here. He has 200 things to run around and frolic in. He's got plenty of water, and his food bucket keeps getting thrown in here. Not to mention all of this grass is his food. Having a Rhea that's like this
bro, leave the light alone. No, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Stupid to stop doing that.
He's too.
Like honestly, I'm
he's
gonna go ahead and move him
bleeding.
back now
Oh
because-
my god. Bro, can you imagine if somebody just like walked up to you, started biting on some wires? You know what I mean? Staring at you the whole time intently while they fucking chewed on some wires, and then they cut themselves doing so, and they chased after you. Like, what?
To stop.
Look at this. Like, I'm gonna kill you. Like, what is this? Honestly, guys, I'm starting to get a little bit worried. Kevin is starting to really freak me out. You guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit freaked out. Last night I found Kevin in my gun safe. Like, what the fuck?
Now, because that is absolutely horrible.
And while I'm sure his hyper-aggression makes him a better mate and protector of his flock, you can see where it's also a disadvantage.
They're just fighting each other. I don't know what to do with these guys. I'm gonna have to move them real far apart. Now I'm moving Kevin out here. He doesn't mess with the female kangaroos at all, so he's not really a threat to them. Kevin's aggression really only makes him a threat to me, himself, and the other male Rhea. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
All right, everybody. A ranger from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers came by. At one of the campsites by the dam, someone found these two little squirrels. This one is all wet for some reason. I'm going to go ahead and wash all the fleas off these little binguses. Then I'm just going to put them right in with the other squirrels. These guys are old enough to be weaning right now anyway. All right, everybody. It's just me today, and the sink is kind of nasty. I'm going to go ahead and wash these guys off with Dawn dish soap.
Oh my god, look at them. They're just chilling. It's bath time.
All right, everybody.
What the fuck? Look at what kind of sandwich is this? Whoa, this is a weird looking burrito.
This little, I think it's a hybrid between a painted turtle and a North American river cooter. And he just has a horrible, horrible eye infection. So we're going to
Oh my god.
Okay,
oh, he's like, it's huge. That's his eye, bro. Oh yeah, his shit is fucked up. Oh, buddy.
I think it's a hybrid between a painted turtle and a North American river cooter. And he just has a horrible...
Bro, his shit is look at that. It's his eye. He can't even stick his head out. Oh, gosh.
Eye infection, so we're gonna have to get him antibiotic. Okay, I just went ahead and put him in here for now.
Poor
we're gonna
guy.
get some antibiotics and treat him pretty soon. You can see this is our setup.
Yeah,
for
shouldn't have looked
gator
straight at
farm.
the fucking eclipse. That's what happens, chat. Fuck.
With just this little setup plus this setup over there, that's all we legally need to have any size alligator here. Not to mention we have this bad boy with nothing in it. I need to drain this water out. And as you guys can see, Sensei Ledoux knows that this gate is open, so she tries to escape. So these guys aren't just little mindless grazers that just waddle around and eat whatever they can fit in their mouth. They are spatially aware. They look around and they can see when gates are open and they'll go through them. And for some reason, they really love the color red. But I don't want to do that, so we'll go back in here and there's plenty of food.
I like
All
turtles.
right, everybody, this is day 3 of having this really clingy cat. He literally just jumps up on my shoulder and rubs his head into my neck. I bet I could just walk around with him on my shoulders all the time. All right, everybody, here's
Like
2
Pikachu.
possums that we just got, as you can see. It doesn't look like they have any fleas on them. And the water here's a little foggy because of all these black worms, because they have a lot of dirt on them. And this one, who was missing
Those are
his
all
fingers,
worms.
is now getting them back. Also, we had like 10 minnows in
Pog.
here initially, and these guys ate 6 of them. I think we finally completed the task of rehabilitating these little fellas. Pretty soon I'm going to move them into my big tank for them. I got a call from the fish store today saying that somebody came by looking for them. But this
The fish store looking for this weird looking land fish.
little guy was covered in fleas, and he still has fleas on him. Look, it's real easy to see fleas on a white cat. So I'm going to go ahead and see if we can bring him back there and find that person. Also, I do not need a
Oh, but he's so friendly.
here that's gonna fight with the other one that I had. Also, it's finally warm enough at night now for all of the toads to come
Oh my
back
god,
and
look at
start
that
trying to mate
guy.
again. Toad moment. Bro, no, stop. What in the Sigma was that?
Oh my god. What in the Sigma was that?
Like this video or that could happen to you.
Oh my god, that's a threat? Chat, don't let him do that to me. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist. You should like and subscribe. Oh my god. Oh!
He was sitting right there. He's still under there? Yeah, he is. Stepped on him. No. The Herpers Club is not going to like this shot. What is bro yapping about?
All right, everybody, I got another possum for today. This little fellow will be able to just go right in with the other ones that are its exact same size.
Are they like real axolotls? I asked because axolotls are illegal to have as pets because of potentially releasing them into the wild. I believe, okay, this guy is in Waco. I'm pretty sure he has like a license to hold on to them or whatever. But yeah. Let me look it up.
Clean their nasty bedding. It's so much cleaning, you guys. 90% of my job here is just cleaning.
But all right, everybody, today is the big day. Sylvester is going to his new home. A lovely and capable friend of mine is going to be taking Sylvester in North Texas, where he will be fed and scratched regularly at a petting zoo. So look how clear the water is right now, you guys. And that's even with the cappies pooping in it. And this bad boy. Look at that big old boy trying to get back in his mama's pouch. What is he doing? Is that hit rapper and artist Biggerton Bounce? Oh, his mom actually kept him from going back in the pouch. Look at this little fella.
That's right, you're too
He
big.
looks just like his papa did. He actually looks just like
Oh
the
my god,
baby
it's so
did when he
cute.
was a baby. You know what, guys? What's the point of being an American if you can't go into your backyard naked? You really have turned this place into the Garden of Eden. Still a lot of little things that we need to clean up and trim around the edges. But for the most part, this place turned out a-okay. Look how confident this precious little boy is now. He's hopping around outside of the pouch like crazy nowadays.
All right, everybody. Do you guys remember in the old days when Nathan Matei built these cabinets for me? This is where I was going to hide the British people that come here after they stay a little too long.
I was cleaning the enclosure in this bunny escape,
get out of
but he
there.
can get out of here whenever he wants. I guess it's been a while since I showed you guys what the property looks like at night. It's very
Pretty.
All of the lights and fencing and everything that
The
you see
gentrifier
here,
lights, the
I put in
gentrification lights are so
myself.
good.
Old Uncle Ben did all of this all by himself with a little bit of help from Biggerton Ounce. All right, everybody, this is one of our little
Oh my
bunnies.
God.
His eyes were closed. And we actually have been keeping this little fella alive. But that's it for now,
I'm gonna
everybody.
cry.
We're watching the solar eclipse right now with Boo Boo. But these dang clouds are in the way, so we're probably going to miss it. But I love you guys. I appreciate you. Thanks so much for watching my videos. And I'll see you guys in the next... And almost forgot to tell you. Oh my God. We're almost in totality. And I did stare directly at it, and now my eyes hurt. But all right, everybody.
Oh my god, wait, actually on that? Hold on.
That's it. Love you. Appreciate you. Thanks for watching the video. Goodbye.
Hold up. Let's see. I forgot to show this to you guys earlier. This tweet from Bruh. Is this true? If this is true, like, honestly, I love that for us. Like, this is so cool. So great, dude. Dude, Americans really do be living like we have all of the healthcare in the world when we don't. Like, yeah, like, amazing stuff, bro. Americans can't be stopped. We're number one. Okay, number one of all time, forever, always. Oh boy. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, it is true. Wait, that's literally the same. Wait, no, that's literally the same. Wait, hold on. Wait, dude, it's literally. Wait, hold up. Where's the. Where is it? Bookmarks. Here it is. Yeah, this is the same image that they got it from Google. They put this like the line of totality or whatever the fuck over it. But that's this image right here. That's so good, dude. Wait, it's even worse. It's more now. That's crazy. Search a map for my balls hurt and compare it to Tofu's regular stream. Many people are saying this. Many people are saying this. All right. Okay, chat, listen. We didn't get to do any gaming tonight. We also had some more comfy reacts that we could do. We didn't get to do gaming, but it's 4:24 a.m. Shit, we're 4 minutes late. My God, let me spark up. So I'm gonna call it here. That way, you know, I can get up at a good time, still have some of my day, and be able to go live for y'all again tomorrow, aka later tonight, for more news, more politics, more comfy reacts, possibly some gaming. I hope to see you again at 9 p.m. PST-ish for another stream. I hope you enjoyed your stay, because I enjoyed your company. Let's see. Where are we gonna raid? Where are we gonna raid? Where are we gonna raid? Where should we raid? We haven't raided Radham in a while. I don't think they're ever on at this time anymore. So we'll send some love over there. A little rare Radham rave. Spam some emotes, chat. Spam some good vibes. Yeah. And like I said, I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Much love to you all. Remember to drink some water, stay hydrated. Remember to take your meds. Remember to take care of yourself, okay? Be nice to yourself. Be kind to others also. Don't be a dick. But also don't be a pussy-ass bitch. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Much love. Also, any last minute gifters? We didn't quite hit the sub goal. Pausers, mod check, last minute. Much love, everyone. Yo! Thank you! Bentley, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.